We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the black market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom. All this and more as we dive into the Update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, red zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the black market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the Update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, red zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, Ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers: Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, Red Zone, BRDM, and items like the Zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works. Be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass, along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the PUBG Esports Road to EWC as we're looking at the rest of APAC to make their mark into the finals here in the Online Qualifiers Play-In rounds. My name's Contra, joining with me is my dear buddy, it's been a while, YOLO Lee. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely excited, Contra, because finally we're finally making headway as we slowly get towards that Esports World Cup here. I know a lot of people, especially some of our viewers as well, just trying to get a rough idea, like, didn't we just went through the APAC qualifier for certain respective regions? Well, you're technically not wrong here. We did went through the Thailand. We even went through for the Vietnam qualifiers. We also just recently last 2 weeks ago, which was the rest of APAC, was a literal accumulation of both the Oceania region alongside with the other region that's currently existing here in the APAC. I know it's a little bit tricky, a little bit confusing to wrap your head around this as well. We're practically going from one qualifier to a finals, into a grand finals, and then back into the qualifier again. It's your classic PUBG special, since APAC is filled with different regions and so many potential teams to break into the world.
That's right, just like how you explained it, we're selecting 8 teams across Thailand, Vietnam, and the rest of APAC to just rally on and look for that golden ticket to head over onto Riyadh. As the point system is displayed on our screen, that we are using the Super Global rule set as per usual. And of course, we're going to have a great map rotation right across, where we're having 3 groups playing through to see if they can make it to the APAC Finals, which will be happening over on the course of next weekend. So this weekend, you guys definitely are in for a treat, since we got a whole lot of ticket knitters to offer to you guys. We will be looking at Group A versus Group B for today's run, and then tomorrow onwards, we will involve Group C into the mix while Group B takes a rest, and they will be back over on our Sunday schedule in that essence. So definitely a lot on the line for all these teams out there, and I can't wait to see who's going to be our contenders for this evening.
Oh, man, this is tough, man. Just to clarify a little bit for some of the players as well. So we are talking about the top 10 teams from each of the respective region. Well, actually, Thailand and Vietnam will be the top 11. However, they are top 3, and for rest of APAC, which is top 2, were our top 8 teams to proceed to the finals, as they were able to get over this play-in qualifiers, which is currently the bottom 8 teams for each of those 3 qualifiers going head-to-head in their respective groups here. As you can see, we have the teams are somewhat split out between each of these group stages, as Contra also has somewhat clarified and explained on how the schedule is going to be like for how the rotation, or this round robin rotation, is going to be happening around for Group A, B, and C. Now, this is going to be a little bit different, right? So, out of the 32 teams, yes, 32 teams, guys, 32 teams here, only the top 8 will proceed towards the final as they go head-to-head with the other top 8 who respectively win their top spot in their respective qualifiers before this one. So, This is interesting because I believe most of the team is used to the idea where, you know, one team or one particular team just had to go through all 3 days. And like how, in the words of Sir Cloud, he usually say PUBG tournaments, at least revolving around the 3 days, usually feels more like a marathon rather than a sprint, which is usually correct if that was the normal situation. However, this is the group stage here. So each team only has 2 days to play. And you can't really get comfortable on day 2 either, because even if you get to day number 2, you will not be playing with the exact same group. If you're, for example, day 1 or night 1, if you're playing with Group A versus Group B, your day 2 will be Group A versus Group C. So you can't really get the idea where, okay, we know how Group B plays like. That's not gonna be the norm here. It's gonna be Group C here, so you can't really get too comfortable. I believe we're gonna see a lot more action as this game, or at least this weekend, gonna feel a lot more like a sprint. But of course, anyway, this is gonna be our today's matchup for day number 1. Starting off with our 2 classic OG maps here of Varango, followed by Rondo Tego, and we're gonna be ending the night with 2 Marama maps.
Yeah, and of course, we definitely do see some of the favorite names out there. Arbor Gaming will also be involved in Group C, so today we won't be getting too much out of them. But Group B, absolutely looking super stacked. We got familiar names like Happy Squad and a few notable such as Roy Esports, Take Me Please. Some that we've already seen back in those runs where they're aiming for those PGC points. But of course, if you guys are wondering, PGC points are not involved in this tournament because all that we really want to focus on is to see who makes it to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup. So that being said, I guess like for those gigantic teams that were hoping to score those big points out there, well, I guess most importantly, they just really have to focus on this tournament itself rather than worrying, oh, if we were to slip up, oh, it's going to hurt us in the PGC run. So that being said, though, like you did mention early on, this tournament circuit is definitely looking more like a 5K kind of marathon. It's not really like the long run. You only have 2 days of action, which means every single round that these teams get, they gotta make good use of it, right? So that being said, every team only got about a total of 12 rounds possible, and they also have to make amends as well as adjustments into setting into different groups, because starting game 1, we will always expect there to be maybe contests for some of these zones, hot drops, you name it. Some of these shenanigans will be happening very early for them to kickstart each respective map. So I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have a great time casting, since, you know, these guys are gonna be on the Duke out from the get-go.
I'm actually rather excited about this as well. And just the idea of just trying, especially for all these teams, right, just making out of APAC to represent here in Riyadh, it's not only a fantastic opportunity, but it's also such a tall order to us. But remember, we're not at finals. Just a reminder, everyone, this is just the group stage before we get to the finals of the tournament, where we will figure out who's going to be our top 4 teams to represent APAC at the Esports World Cup as well here. So, and, oh man, it's gonna be quite a journey for a lot of this team. I think particularly if we start analyzing, right? Sure, there's some groups that feels a little bit more stacked than others. But you know, if you think about it as well, each team, or if you break it down to just a team, 2 days for each team to actually try to rack out as much points as possible. And like, if we were to see this schedule in terms of order, right? It feels like Group C feels they have a little bit more time to recollect for a lot of these teams, right? Because first day is going to be A and B, right? So Group C is going to be the only group that's going to will be bench here, but they're going to have a rough idea how a lot of these teams, where do they like to drop, where do they like to play, are they aggressive or not? Because especially since this is not a 3-day rodeo, it's only 2 days. Each team only gets 2 days, so there's no time for teams to be their usual passive play style here. No, there's no team that's going to be playing safe here. I'm going to be expecting a lot of teams to be not super aggressive in phase 1, phase 2, of course. I mean, that depends on the circle naturally, but I will be seeing a lot more action than the norm. Probably phase 3, phase 4, we might see people start being a little bit more aggressive to try to farm, at least try to convert those knocks to more into points for themselves here. Because at the end of the day, if you're not, for day 1 particularly, if you're not performing well on day 1, and then finally you get to your last day, day 2, you can't magically just rack up 100 points and hope that another team is not going to do the same. That just rarely never happens. Yeah, no, unfortunately. But here's the limelight here. Will be the fact that at least top 8 out of the 32 teams can proceed forward here. So if you're day one, you're able to get a substantial amount of points, of course, naturally balancing with both placement and kill points, then I think you should be pretty fine as you look at the other teams, how they will perform for the remaining days.
True enough. I mean, you definitely brought up a really good point where you mentioned that at least Group C gets to watch some of all these guys duke it all out, and they get to analyze and really study what are some no-go zones, what are spots that they can also contest at the very same time. So you may say that to be an advantage, but when it comes down to them also playing out over onto the course of Day 2, then you could also have the rest of Group A or even Group B to come in and make. So it's kind of like the same thing in essence. It's just that it's going to be a little bit of a good analysis that they can actually gain before they, of course, jump into the battlefield. But I believe certain teams, they may have also scripted each other or know where exactly some teams are located. So therefore, I mean, usual stuff, right? When you mentioned about all these teams to be prepared for, all these shifts as well as patient. So more often than not, no matter the circumstance, we are casting in APAC. We know how aggressive these players are. So that being said, I mean, we did mention a few hot favorites such as Armory Gaming, that is in Group C. But in Group A itself, we're getting ourselves quite the treat with Buram United to be stacked up against MG Gaming as well as 4 Crazy Rabbits. So I guess these are a few notable names coming from Group A. And looking at the rest of Group B, the reason why I say this Group B is stacked is because there was Roy Esports, Savage Men, who's always been able to qualify from the Masters for so many seasons now, alongside with the Tin Soldiers and, of course, Happy Squad. So other than that, I also do see that there's a lot of new contenders joining in, which is the beauty of it, right? So everybody gets a fair shot, and across all these different regions of APAC altogether, we're getting even more representation to be going into the global stage when it comes time for Riyadh. So that's always going to be a great stuff to watch. So that being said, we're just waiting for the first match to begin, just like how you guys are. So hang in there tight, ladies and gents, as we're getting ourselves into Game 1 shortly, I do hope. So I guess when we take a look at all these rotations of maps, we have definitely seen that all these teams who have played back in the PGS series or even on the qualifiers itself to be well adapted. Whereas for the contenders, I'm not too sure if they spend enough time in maps like Rondo or so. You could argue that it's only going to be a one-time affair per day, but it does matter because these kind of what I like to call wildcard maps can actually allow all these teams to gain major advantages, or even with the change of win of each respective map. We'll definitely see some teams having certain favoritisms in certain scenarios in that sense.
Wildcard is definitely the right term. I love they actually used that term for the maps of Takeover and Rondo. Sure, it's not too new. It's a recent map for sure, but it's not too new to the point where no one really touches it before. Sure. And all these amazing players, all these talented players, especially with their profession in the esports scene as well, they probably have played like hundreds to almost thousands of hours on the map itself. But I do agree in terms of the reason why it is being the wildcard, because it's not, you don't get that same comfortability or confidence compared to some of the more OG maps like Erangel and Marama. These are the kind of maps where it's been here in the scene for so long, until the point where players could literally tell, like, if they move at this timing, they are guaranteed to run into another team. They're not sure who particularly, but they just know from just muscle memory, that's guaranteed someone's going to be there. There's going to be someone on that edge, there's someone going to be at this bush, or move at this certain timing. Doesn't necessarily have to be at certain phases, but they just know. It's that game sense where they played it so many times across the years now. It's very hard for them to just say, no, I'm not too sure whether there's no one there. I don't think anyone is ever going to say that. I'm pretty sure everyone's going to be literally straight up say, yeah, there's guaranteed someone there. I don't know which team, but there's confirmed going to be someone right there in that area. So do we want to face him or not, the kind of thing, which makes a lot of the decision making coming from our IGLs from each of those teams respectively prominent, right? Because when they make a choice, it's usually those choices that comes down with, is it because of confidence or the fact that, oh, we have more manpower, or is it because we have more superior gunplay? Because we do see a lot of things, even on the international level, where they'll do this aggressive movement. And a lot of teams, a lot of people, or at least some of the fans, can get a little bit concerned because they're like, dude, you're running like right into flag fire, gunfire, just running straight crash into the compound. You want to do that? Sadly, they do want to do that because regardless of who they're facing it, they've been in the scene for so long where they're like, you know what? No matter what, who we face, no matter if it's an off angle or off position, we're still gonna win out every single gunplay here. And I also love that you also brought up the as you were listing down all the teams within our 3 groups here, right? Contra, is that a lot of old names. Oh yeah, a lot of old names, and even though some of the names you don't recognize, but when you see the rosters, you'll be like, oh, okay, that's them. They just rebranded themselves, right? So, and we're talking about teams that's been here as close to 6 to 8 years, right? And still, and like how you brought up about Savage Man Esports, also one of the few teams example being as very consistently maintaining a good stability in the esports scene. Sure, getting out of APAC is another mountain for them to succumb as usual. I think same goes for ke-1 Esports. I've seen them a few times, love them as well. A few times they got to this part of the phase where just need to break through that threshold of representing APAC in the international scene. Feels like they always run into some of the Thai and Vietnam team, as let's be honest, Thailand and Vietnam, whether is it in PUBG or any other FPS game title.
They've been pretty dominant, I would say.
Yeah, when it comes to the FPS scene, they have produced one of the greatest shooter teams that I've ever seen so far. Very competitively here. And even Paper Thin and I believe some of our phenomenal casters back in PGS 8, they even branded them a title, a whole group of them, by the way, the Wall of APAC.
I mean, you take a look at how they've played so far. I mean, they definitely have a very different tempo of play in general for, let's say, established organizations like this. Even Savage Men, that you say has been renowned to be one of the staple names that we've seen across the PGS APAC field. They also do have stumbling blocks as well. Sometimes they were brick wall by all these Thai teams, all these Vietnamese teams, like you name it. Because even when you look at those prodigies, I think like the last time after with Saga, he's also brought up that some of these guys are as young as 19 or 20, so or even 18 years old. So there's just so much talent coming in from the field, and when we take a look at the rest of these teams, sometimes they don't really make too much of a roster change, which we definitely value that stability. And at the very same time, like, are you going too comfortable in your own shoes in that sense where you've not really tried something way out of the ordinary? I guess for some teams it works out. For some others, like, they have to make certain changes in their roster, which we've seen almost seasons after seasons with all these different players shifting into different squads. But all in all, I mean, that makes things a whole lot more exciting, right? Whether if you're going to be making any changes or not. But when it comes down to the rosters, we have no clue, especially when we talked about all these big names, Buriram, Savage Men, and you name it. Even AG is going to be here, but not exactly playing for today. We'll have them join in tomorrow, I do believe. But, of course, that's it, though. I want to take a look at the roster. How much have they actually changed things up within, a span of a couple of months, or even you may say weeks, since you did cast like some of all these regions as well. So we're looking forward for our first map of the day as we go back to good old Wrangle.
Man, like I said, the beautiful forestry greens and an OG map in the PUBG esports scene. Everyone's played this so long at the point where, until, like I said before, right? This map has been out for so long. People have a really good sense of the map, and ironically, usually when people think like, okay, you know the map long enough from inside and out, you would assume like, okay, the game's gonna be a lot faster. It's gonna be a lot quicker. Actually, ironically, that's not the case here because of how well thought out this map is. The gameplay for this map is a lot more slower. Not as slow as Marama, trust me. Marama and Wrangle still very two different playstyle here, but it's definitely it definitely feels a lot more longer than usual.
I would beg to differ. Sometimes Miramar games just feels pretty rapid based on how crazy they actually run into each other in the midst of rotation. So those kind of things can happen even in the Wrangle as well. With this like path skewer over on the south side, it might be trouble for some of these teams to be moving onto areas like 70 in order to get their initial drop. But take a look at Pachinki. We're already getting 2 teams brawling for those loots in the middle of the city, while 3 two others are inside of the island. We're looking at TSK as well as the Tin Soldiers to be moving into military base. Now, let's see who wins out this duel inside of Pachinki. We see an even spread coming from across the field. And oh boy, we're in for a treat to kick things off with a Panzer Fouls from 4 Crazy Rapid. Man, I'm just getting started here, and we're in it with a circle inside of military base as well. How cool is that?
I mean, this is something to be expected as well. Day one, usually people will think like, okay, I have a time to get a rough idea how most teams are, but at this point here where every round counts, 12 matches for each team, you can't afford to get any drops at this time of day. Happy Squad here, we do CJ being the last man standing, just barely heals up here, the last one to hold the line against the rest of the squad here. He sees an opening, he knows he can't take the fight out, try to get a couple of kill points in the process here. Unfortunately, Happy Squad representing here will be removed relatively, well, the first team removed from the round here, but they just only could get one score out of this. And let's be honest, you lose one member to wipe out a squad of 4, you couldn't ask for a more better trade.
Yeah, it was just rowdy to kick things off with. I mean, we saw the Panzer, we saw that Duke out happen in between, and it's unfortunate for some of these members of Happy Squad. You can say that they're veterans, but man, these guys are not playing around. FCR actually called it off really cleanly. Sure, they actually have to cut one member down in that midst of a brawl, but also great work on the side of Happy Squad, just negating from walking away with 0 points whatsoever. So that said, it does not really matter how long have you been spending your time in the PGS circuit or PGC in essence. So Happy Squad, previously they were known as Archangel Predator and so many different iterations. It's surprising that we're looking at them bowing out so early, while we definitely have a whole lot of a wide field to play out, since this is just the first 3 minutes and we're already seeing one team bow out, and definitely a whole lot more to go, because last I mentioned, this circle absolutely wraps the entirety of the island, and we're already looking at Savage Men as they go in for their classic drop inside their pier. They're kind of locked in with another squad by that territory, so over onto the course of getting into the island, we're definitely expecting a whole lot of gatekeeping in the tech bridges, but over here inside of the island itself, we're already getting that duel. Tanawat, now under the banner of Totsakan team, secures the first blood for TSK.
Yeah, everyone just didn't expect this kind of early aggression. Probably a little bit contention for their respective areas as well, as to be expected as well. Unfortunately for Happy Squad, we do see Totsakan team trying to secure the location. There's still one more remaining member here, the Tin Soldier, that blue here. He is a little bit alone here. The rest of the team hasn't really come within the vicinity yet, but he will try to hold on the line as long as possible as he dig down into the territory here. He is playing close to the door, getting ready for a little bit of a plan B to evade from the location. But sadly, the beautiful nade comes in. A self-nade, by the way, not from the opposing target. That's going to be his downfall here, as unfortunately, the Tin Soldier here will be lacking one member here.
Yeah, it was really rough. I mean, I didn't really expect these two to really duke it out inside of the Miller base so early on, but if you really want that space inside the island, it definitely gives you even more of an edge when you can actually clear out your opponents rather early on. If you guys look at the names, Tosakan Squad, I mean, overall, you may say, hey, this is a brand new team, but you're looking at some of the finest from Thailand. Tanawat, Latte. I mean, they played in Force Natural Gaming for Latte, and we're also looking at Tanawat, who's also been in multiple different squads. So under a brand new banner, I'm definitely thinking that they are definitely one of the front runners if they're going to be able to keep their pace up. So we'll definitely want to check in on them later on. TMP is going to be one of the teams that'll be guarding the bridges. As you can take a look at the mini-map, they are just right over on the course of Ferry Pier on the outskirts. So O2 Skirt and a couple of new names have joined in the ranks of TMP. I believe one of the mainstays of TMP has been Mega for quite some time. So I'm definitely looking forward to what they could possibly bring. A little bit of that chaos when teams are going to be moving inbound. So I definitely want to take a look into how many teams are going to be looking at, emergency pickups to get into the island. I guess that's the safest bet for certain teams if they can manage to find one so early on. Take me, please. They're definitely looking for that huge funnel. So we'll definitely want to see if Savage Man, who's currently situated right next to them inside their pier, what are they gonna do?
I think this is going to be a lot of the same question that's going to be asked for a lot of teams, right? And I love you actually brought up the emergency pick as well, because it has been quite the norm for a lot of teams, particularly who actually did this long parachuting towards the north side from the flight path that we originally had as well. So taking the Pika will be pretty great, but you can't take it really too late because, as you can see, teams are slowly converging for the point here. And let's be honest, a lot of these teams, Old Bloods particularly, and everyone else as well, very satisfied with the space they're in. Their military base large enough to at least accomplish as many teams as much as possible here. But looking from the circle, if you recall as well, Concha, right? It's not really a full phase circle. There's just so much water. It feels like it's more of a 60% of land space for a lot of this team to play on. So the way it's size, it kind of feel like we're currently at, with the space remaining, of course, naturally, depending on how the circle goes, feels like we're 2 or 3 circle ahead of time, right? Because the amount of lack of area for a lot of these teams, there's just so much water here. And the same goes for Buriram and a lot of teams. I believe I noticed 2 teams came to Military Island, landing at the south side of the island here via boat here, because they're just trying to get a rough idea where else to go, what's going to be the safe place to go. Still plenty of room for a lot of teams to play with. Dips, valleys, cliffs, mountains for them to try to terraform for themselves here, for them to offer what's the next plan here. But Zoo team getting ready to converge here as they're about to make land. Can they hold on the line from their impending invaders? That's the real question here.
Well, the rest of VRU keeping themselves elusive, and now they open fire. They've definitely reached a little bit of contact with Hong, now leading the charge. Getting the angles right, Khan now being brought down low. Dynasty tries to see if he can actually squeeze some of all these tight angles, and there is a smoke to also deny any form of vision in order for the rest of Zoo to actually work it out. And Dynasty! That was a nasty tap to the dome! Now he's looking for even more over on the top end of the scaffold, and this is just rough for Buriram United because they got to clear out the whole squad in order to make it safe into the docks. And here we go, Bellion, first line of defense. Zin over on top, and it's going to be a huge trade, chunking out some health bars coming from Ruse. Dynasty, is he going to make the call to jump right through? It seems like they're going to go towards the very edge of this pier. And they definitely don't want to get fully contest over in the course of the port, since that they know what's up already. So they will just swim right into the corners of the island, I assume. So that was a good brawl, I would say. No casualties on either side, but BRU, I think they're in for more again. And they definitely reach a little bit of contact. Belly on that Dragunov, almost hitting the mark. Zoo team, this is not one squad that you could easily take down from this position.
I mean, they had a really good position as well, right? They were initially there first. They're pretty much set up, dug deep into territory. It's gonna take quite a while for them to actually siege upon them, especially since they don't really have proper grounding for a proper siege as well. So since they came in, I'm somewhat expecting, just from their few confrontation from their POVs as well, they seem like they came in quite quick with the supplies that they have from their initial land drop area as well here. So I think they didn't really want to take it too long, especially since, sure, if you get a knock, that's great. If you can convert it to the kill, of course, that's tremendous as well. But if you're just like peppering them down, you're not getting any knocks, you're not getting any advantages as well. It's a good call to fall back as well, since in terms of resource management or ammo or ammunition management as well, you're not really gaining a lot from that trade here. So you do not want to be in a spot where you're just going to be running dry as you run into the circle as well. And with another massive circle shift once more, now you're going to see a little bit more concerns for a lot of these teams. Sure, the teams that's been there earlier, by the way, phase 1, a lot of teams had already migrated towards the center part of that military base as well. And you could say 9 times out of the 10 that circle was definitely going to be shifting towards the military base island as well. So a lot of teams already somewhat were pretty confident. They moved it relatively early. So that gives me a little bit of concern on what's the resource ammunition like for a lot of these guys. Will they have enough for them to really take it for the long drawn out fights? Because I believe we've seen certain scenarios.
Hopefully so.
Yeah, because I believe we have seen scenarios where, or at least you know, there's difference. The difference between battling a team who has full of resources and a team that doesn't have towards the final circles. makes your fights relatively more. It's a lot more different, I guess you could say in a way.
Yeah, and BRU at least out of that scuffle that they had, they just really have to go in for some quick restock. If they could just jungle around, find a couple of all these compounds to move up from here, gonna be fine because Han, he's already lost his helmet, while
Oh.
Latay greets the rest of Roy Esports joining White True, not in a friendly manner, of course. Well, that's gonna be a perfect timing for Latte to land an impeccable headshot upon the arrival of Setsuna. Roy's gonna have a tough time to get this revive done. The blue zone nade is already chunking out Dexy, and he's barely having any further space, but at least the smokes have been climbed. They will get a little bit more of that saving grace, and here comes Hot to what? Dropping in a huge frag grenade, unable to catch one as they've been able to slowly crawl through. While Tosakan team firmly in control. They are sure from the get-go, so they know exactly how to hold this line. But knowing for the fact that there's just so many overwhelming numbers right across the corner, they definitely have to turtle into those territories of military base. While over on the outskirts, TMP has not left these quarters all too much. I mean, they just cut over the bridge and just looking to see if there's going to be any late stragglers. While MEY, they're taking a slow swim. I mean, they're barely involved into any scuffles just yet, but the good notion for MEY is that they actually get to slowly play it out from the dirt, but with the rest of BRU flying right through, a desperate attempt, but it's not going to cut it as Tatsuwa goes to take one of his veterans down, coming from Thailand. BRU still have 2 more members left, and now they just have to work in tandem.
The thing is this, they already somewhat resolved themselves to jumping straight head into the center of the map as well. They know for the fact that they're going to be running through multiple teams, but they just had to take the gamble here. They managed to make landfall here, but there's going to be 2 members still standing. Would they be allowed to get the third revive here? And it looks like they will be able to successfully get the revive as well. Tosakan not making any aggressive move forward. They are someone thinking about it as well, but there's just too many corners. That building has a lot of angles that they actually can get punished for. So to make the safer call here, falls back here, because let's be honest, all this gunplay, all this gunfiring is drawing the attention of quite some of the teams within the vicinity as well. And let's be honest, with only 12 maps for each of this team to earn points here and earn placement on top of that as well, some teams might just want to see an opportunity to steal a couple of these knocks here if possible as well. But not a lot of snipes. And it can get pretty difficult to actually try to get anyone knocked within the building area as well, because you knock a guy down, that's great, but it's pretty hard for you to convert into a kill point, since it's most likely he's going to be, the knockdown process most likely going to be behind a wall, behind some covers within the building area, especially since it's military base, right? So it's a lot of areas, unless you're close enough for a teammate to try to go for the flush. But other than that, you just can't really do much about it, and just pretty much just wait out the storm here and try to look pretty as much as possible here. However, we do see 4 crazy rabbits feeling a little sneaky here. Will creep their way in. That should be a very simple, easy kill point for themselves here. The rest of the squad, they're slowly walking their way in. They're not driving. Wait, hold on. Did one of his teammates actually park on? Is this a 1-1-2 split? Not too sure about this. I think it seems like a 1-2 split here. But Nav's got to be careful here, because he is somewhat relatively alone.
Yeah, he's got the lethal MG tree in hand as well, while RNG having Pangsker to be a very familiar name now, playing with the rest of Nevada Rebirth Soldier Gaming. A very long name, so we'll just call it NRG for short. So after their member got sniffed out, I mean, it's just a tough position to really play out. 7 HP and just barely enough space to work with. Saber attacks him from right down under. So NRG, they are making a firm decision to cut their losses. I don't think that they're going to U-turn for this form of saving grace, because they're already outside the zone. Savage Men will be looking to convert as Crazy Duck is slowly bleeding out, so they're looking for a brand new target, and they manage to once again spot out NRG members cutting across, looking to book themselves a compound. Quickly moves into the garage, so this is going to be a firm hold for this spot for the meantime. But this is just phase 3. We're definitely looking at another grand shift, and what I was concerned of is that when we look into how the circle is currently looking like, I am afraid that this may not end up inside of the military base directly, and if it does move out over onto, somewhere near
Oh, yeah.
where there's those mountainous areas, these teams are in for a big scrabble, and we're already getting a little taste of it right now with a lot of all these back and forth crates. Savage Man, I love the split that they're having. 2 members over on top end of the hill, another 2 inside the compounds now, trading back and forth against all these teams who are over onto these different sections, and they're just making the best out of this.
Yeah, but that's pretty much why we see Roy Esports and Mel Esports, right? They're still playing outside of the base. Sure, they were a little bit late to get into the base itself here. But a lot of these teams, they're of course naturally banking that the circle goes in their favor, and it naturally looks like the wishes came true. Went towards the north side here, and you could have asked for a more worse circle for a lot of teams that's currently based within the military base, right? Because look at the open fields in that circle, right? Two large open fields, a couple of hills and mountainous areas for them to play with. Teams that are on that ships that literally have to wrap around, push in. It's gonna be a difficult one to do so, and just to get in alive. You see how many teams that's currently at the south side of the base as well? Just to get in alive towards that circle, it's going to be quite a challenge for a lot of these guys.
That's right.
And once they get inside the circle, where do they really go, right? Because it's a mountainous area, it's open fields, they got no vehicles. They're currently on foot here and still fighting out within the military base.
Yep, you're seeing these popping on your screens from left, right, center. Hold on, I'm getting a whole lot of clips onto the members of TSK. And right now, United Brothers drop right in with a huge grenade, trying to keep them in check. And they're looking for a full push. They gotta check the scores and quickly as they go. United Brothers loses one, that one goes down. Hoyan to follow suit as well. Mark 1 holding down the line pretty darn well. But Upchin also gets into the mix of it as well. Rotman now sifting through those corners, and it is just a big scrabble as we're looking at all these names slowly getting chunked off the list. Rotman now hiding inside the smoke. Can he actually win out this duel? He's being very cheeky about this as he is looking to close up against the members of UB, and they managed to shut them down. So that's going to be a 1 elimination, and UB still sneaking inside of these smokes as he serves pass. He's not going to be looking for a challenge as he will be able to cut through safely for now. But how long can he hold out? There's just a bunch of teams. I mean, you look at the mini-map, it's all colors from every single compound, so I don't even want to start counting right now. But FCR, they've been doing a good job. We start with them advancing themselves with close 4 points. They add 1 more to the tally. And Savage Man, they were holding in between the hillside as well. Whoever gets out of mid-base, they still have to deal with Savage Man at the very same time. Speaking of which, MG Gaming now spots 1 moving up the hillside as MG has got a clear passage, but they gotta duke it up against Team Z.
It's exactly what I expected as well, right? You're pushing along into the fields here as well, and hold on there as they try to hold on the line here. And they're going to be exactly what I expected. You're going to be expecting a lot of terrains, a lot of field play, a lot of cliff play, a lot of teams just trying to maybe see if they can find a brawl or at least some kind of form of cover for them to play with themselves. Because there's just not a lot of buildings here. They're playing with their vehicles. Sure, they're getting great trades among each other as well, but it's an absolute bloodbath on the edges here. And when they think the conflict is ended, it's really not. No, it's still ongoing here as team is just constantly gatekeeping each other around the edges here. And Stan, unfortunately for Stan, unless he wins out the gunplay against this man here, and it looks like he's aggressively pushing forward. He knows he has no other options here, no other form of cover. Might say push forward to at least try to go for the trade. It seems that will prove folly, but brave attempt, and I'm very satisfied with that.
Yeah, smart maneuvers coming from Hongnam as well. He knows that he needs to find a way to gatekeep that member out, and MG Gaming definitely tried their level best with a couple of all these utilities being pushed out. BRU, they've been stuck here for a very long time, and now they've been able to hold out. And against the rest of the pack, they've been able to farm 6 points of eliminations thus far. Zoo team, next one to bow out. Roy catches 1. Setsuda's still somewhere in the mix, right inside of the military base as well. Now up against Old Bloods. BRU hoping to pave the path, but they're kind of withered at the moment. The rest of Old Bloods, they are trying to hold for as long as they can. I mean, this is still a portion of this zone that can be safely played out. And look at the far corner. There's also Roy Esports that may even join in. So very dangerous situation for these 4 names that we mentioned that's been playing by the edges. And like you said, No vehicles whatsoever. This is just brutal overall. I'll go back into a different angle. Mercenary having smell to sniff them out, literally. And that's going to be Mazjun. That grenade should not be able to secure it. Yes, he does. No time for him to even crawl even further than that. Mile Gaming now gets involved up against the rest of ME1. They manage to look for those 1-2 trades, and swiftly as they follow suit, that Mile doing it splendidly well with Janku really popping up.
It's really well done as well. Mal, they were one of the few teams that initially actually bunkered down on this in this terrain for the longest time. Finally, Mercenary making their way in. It's the last man, by the way, B here. Juggling between back and forth. He knows the impending doom coming in, but he want to try to do as much damage as possible. He gets a first beautiful knock, but he's juggling between the two. But sadly, the ending of that story is going to be naturally a bullet at the back of the head. There's too many flank angles for him to be picked off, and if I'm not mistaken as well, the kill wasn't done by the hands of Male Esports, but stolen away by Roy Esports, who's able to take advantage of the scenario and get a couple of kills from themselves. On the other hand, FCER. With a rock stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's thank God for smokes that he have here, but he is still the last remaining member. Will succumb, will knock down. That's gonna be the 8th team eliminated away. Now we're slowly racking up the members. It's unfortunate for Old Blood here. Since that's one of the few teams I believe they were trying to replicate like what happened back in the rest of APAC, where day one, first match, get 25 points on the cell. They're still in it to win, and of course, 3 members still pretty large here, but the rest of the squad, just a total massacre as everyone's just playing around the edges, trying to go for a clean sweep here, securing their sides before they make their way in here. So at least that way they get that comfortability of the idea. No one's going to try to backstab them here. But Savage Man Esports going out against TMP here. Not an easy fight. They did manage to res up Leo, so now they have somewhat of a man advantage here. But they got to clear out those long angles. They got to watch for those corners of the smokes here. Not to actually get punished for it. Not going to dilly-dally too long, in fear of someone actually backstabbing them as they are somewhat moonlighting at the side of that cliff. Decide to fall back here. But let's quickly check back on Old Blast this time.
Yeah, there's about 20 seconds, so it's a good call coming from Savage Man to not succumb into fully going onto that brawl up against TMP, despite having an advantage in the form of not. Now, what are these members of the Middle Bay's gang gonna do right now? This tree squad still stuck right out there, and they gotta make a sprint. I mean, take a look at that open field. There's almost no cover whatsoever, so they really have to really go on the duke out. Maybe there's a leeway for that final member of UB to be able to worm his way out of there. Not too sure about Old Blood still. 2 HP left from the side of Leo. He has been poking and prodding, and he knows this isn't going to be it. He's going outside. Lun Lun tries to retrieve the vehicle in order to make the cut deeper inside the zone. Good call. For a moment, I thought it was Leo that was running out there, which got us really concerned, right? So we're thankful it's not him. They have to rescue him. In fact, Leo converts. He actually finds Porsches, and Bless goes for the exchange, finally bringing him down. Khan's going to bleed out through the blue zone, and Rue's on his last stand. Dynasty to follow suit as well. These guys are not going to last all too long. A respectable 7th position for Buriram United.
Really good call from Buriram United as well. They know that they're stuck. They're literally stuck between a rock and a hard place, especially Male Esports was pretty much gunning them down from the vantage point as well. So they just decided, you know what, we'll try to summon us, try to die out to the blue zone. If not, we'll try to get a couple of kill points in the process. They'll try to get rid of some of the members of Old Blood here. Fortunately, they will be the team to be knocked out here.
Wow.
Old Blood, I also believe, is also the team that's also got knocked out. Let's be honest, any team that's coming from the south side is not having any easy time. There's everyone having a beautiful lines of sight upon them. It's flat lands, no vehicle, barely, like I said, barely any buildings. You do have a couple of trees here, but if you don't preset those smoke trails, it's going to be an impossible time here. But we do see Take Me Please moving forward, doing a little bit of a massive split here, despite the man. Actually, no, sorry. I thought he still had at least another member still standing, but Portis got knocked down. So Mega last man standing, not a massive split here. It's going to be on a lone ranger on his Elfie. And Setsuna definitely taking the luxury, just popping a couple of tires here, trying to render Savage Man Esports. Not much options to try to come within the circle here. But we do see the seconds have trilled down. It's phase 7 here. And it's going to be forcing out all of these guys down the hill.
True enough. Well, we have the rest of Roy Esports peppering their way through. It is going to be Savage Man taken out by Mile Gaming instead. So it's rough when you are kind of sitting over onto the far north with 3 other teams really looking to pick on you. So now down to 3 teams, and Roy Esports looking like a heavy favorite right now. 4 members still alive, and they got decent space to work around the zone at the very same time. I really can't say the same about Mega, who's currently stuck in the rock and the hard place. So this might have already been decided from this point onwards. Mega, it's all about how well he actually goes in for those long-range trades whenever he sees the timing fitting enough. Mal so far doing a massive job. Jankov as well as Kurt so far securing 2 eliminations in the process. But as much as they're looking for the pick-off, I mean, it definitely adds a little bit more in the form of placement points. But the biggest competitor that they have to go up against has been Roy. And instead, it's going to be Teddy getting those angles right. 1 member, Mile, getting sniped away. Mega still converting despite the odds. And now only 1 member left for both TMP as well as Mile.
No, I mean you have four members here. This game is pretty much in the hands of Roy Esports. They have the numbers, they have the firepower, they got the positioning as well. Although I am a little bit concerned, I would love if they actually decide to group up a little bit more and sweep the circuit down together, right? Don't get me wrong. Sure, we do see Curl succumbing to the zone. I'm going to be feeding that kill point forward here, but they know exactly where Mega is. The last member standing, they know exactly where their target is. So everyone is currently focusing fire on that one lone location here. That rock is not going to last for too long because it's currently outside of the circle as well. They can wait him out, or it looks like TD has other plans as he slowly makes his way forward. Nades after nades. The nades looks beautiful. The nades are landing. And Roy Esports secures the first chicken dinner for day number 1 for match number 1. Well done.
Looking to put Indonesia on the big stage. Roy Esports, as we've seen them previously in all these major circuits, then once again doing it as one of the legends in the scene. Therefore, this is just the start of many for these chicken leaders to go.
What a great game.
Absolutely massive for Roy Esports. I mean, when we take a look at the usual Game 1 openers, we think, oh, this is going to be a warm-up round for the likes of many, but man, were they thrown a huge curveball. That million-base island that, you know, all these casters always sought to cast somewhere in the mix of all these maps, we're getting it from minute 1. So it's crazy. We see the fall of Happy Squad in the early span round against what I do believe was FCR.
Yeah, and it's been pretty great so far, especially seeing. I love this kind of circles where it does tend to challenge a lot of these guys as well. Right?
Well, yeah, and overall, like, apologies, I have kind of missed a little bit of other.
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually back, so. Oh, yeah, where was I? We definitely were having all these teams have a lot of struggle to navigate their way into the island, and even those who have landed inside of the great having a little bit of a tough time even moving into here. So, of course, that being said, we definitely want to take a look at, you know, how much have. So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll tell you the rest of the story as they're on their journey from road to EWC.
Updates to ranked mode. some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the Update 36.1 patch report. First up, Ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers: Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, Red Zone, BRDM, and items like the Zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass, along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit, and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving, and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.
Welcome back once again as we're looking for Game 2 with a massive win secured by Roy Esports to kickstart our run here in the APAC Online Qualifiers for the road to EWC. I mean, Yoli, we're definitely given a huge treat overall where we're seeing a lot of all these teams really forced to make certain measures happen, because or else they'll bleed out over on the blue zone. So that was absolutely massive coming out of Roy Esports to be able to keep the entire squad absolutely safe from harm's way throughout it all.
No, this is exactly what we were looking for, and this is exactly what everyone wants. I mean, as a viewer, as the casters, it's great to see this kind of things, because this really puts we get to see how the players usually react and how they adjust this kind of trials and the kind of positioning they somehow receive for themselves. Not necessarily good for the players, unfortunately. I believe some of them were pretty much blowing out their mind. They're like, really? It's there? Oh no, the circle shift out of the base? Really? Sure, understandable, this is PUBG, right? There are days, even for the players, even in their entire career, they all can agree there are some days or some matches where it's just not their day, it's not their match. But you know, they will slowly bounce back later on, right? I mean, especially in the international scenes, we do see teams suffer from really bad circles, but still were able to able to come back from a perilous start. They've had a really good ending here. And speaking of a good start, so far Roy Esports started things off on a very strong note. 10 kills on top of placement. I believe first place is 10 points. So that's like 20 points in the bag for their first match. It's definitely a great start for themselves here. But of course, naturally, the question is still mainly, can they be consistent about this across the round? Yeah, especially, don't get me wrong, I've been liking them from their past few games. However, from during the rest of APAC, which I was casting with Sir Count Xenox, their performance so far has been pretty shaky. It's been an uphill battle for these guys, you know. Nothing too crazy, nothing too epic, nothing too out of proportion. But so far this game, it feels to me that alright, they know there's a lot of things on the line here. Sure, it's still top 8 to move forward. It's not really the end of this tournament, but still, this is the part where we need to start finding out which of the 4 teams will be representing APAC here. You can't get to that position here merely just playing safe here. No, you gotta make the right calls. You gotta win out those crucial gunplays. Everything else is on the line.
Brother man, in APAC, no one is safe from any corners of the field. But of course, last match, we've definitely seen a lot of teams go in for those huge rallies inside the middle of the turret base. Of course, the biggest victors were Roy Esports walking away with the chicken dinner, as well as a massive 10 eliminations to book out. The one that has been able to match the firepower has been Rub United, but you saw they were pit against the zone, where they really had to go in for the time scramble, and the best that they can settle for placements is only 1 point, so they definitely have to play catch up. Take Me Please as well as Mile Gaming absolutely impresses in this scuffle. So looking at the top 4 right now with 3 names hailing from Thailand just goes to show how strong these teams coming from the Thai region has been. Now, look at the rest of the field as well. Savage Men, you saw that massive control over onto the far western plains of the field. They really took matter to their own hands and have been able to at least walk away with those 4 elimination points, but it was TMP that kind of stopped them on the track. So that being said, though, still plenty more opportunities out there. Certain teams, they did not manage to convert all too much. TTS, one of the early few to bow out alongside with Happy Squad. So we talk about all these big names. I mean, we got to see how well will they fare when you're given maybe somewhere of a neutral standpoint rather than having everybody bunch into the island. So we'll have to see up into the next round what exactly will these teams be up to. But to me, I'm liking where this is going, and we're also expecting certain teams hailing from Vietnam to also pop off. Well, Old Bloods, I think they've definitely made a decent run, but they got to do more while they are sitting in the mid-pack with the 3 points that they have at the moment.
No, actually, I love that you actually brought up, right? Because, like, sure, you somewhat covered the top part of the leaderboard. I like to talk a little bit more about the bottom part, right? Because, sure, I mean, it's match 1. A lot of things could change for the next remaining 5 matches, and of course, day 2, which is for Group A naturally, because tomorrow will be Group A versus Group C. But in this particular way, for Group A side, the bottom part here, like we mentioned before, every day, every night, or every match really counts here. You can't really end the round with a donut, right? With a donut for yourselves here. You can't. Sure, you pass well with coffee, but not in your road when you try to get to that finals here, to the road to EWC. You know, that's not really going to be the case. So hopefully, I think the teams start realizing, especially for Happy Squad, right? Because naturally, for day number 1, especially when you go up against a team which you rarely scream against, maybe, or a team you never seen before, a lot of these tournaments, you tend to land at similar spots where other teams will also like to land. Like Pochiki, for example, we saw with Happy Squad as well. Sure, the fight didn't go exactly like how they expected, especially with the whole Panzerfaust as well, with the 2-man Panzerfaust. That's quite an explosive awakening for Happy Squad here for match number 1. But other than that, I believe a lot of teams will somewhat get a rough, or at least have to quickly get a rough idea where, okay, this is the flight path. This is where some of the teams like to drop. I believe there is at least 1 or 2 players in each squad that's usually keeping track of where teams roughly likes to drop, at least within a certain area. So this is their angle as well, right? So everyone roughly knows like which mountain range is which side of the map as well. I'm not too surprised if they don't really get that trajectory down.
I'm glad that you brought it up, right? Because right now, the big question for Happy Squad is, do they budge off from Pachinki? I don't think their ego allows it, right? These guys, they've been playing here for a very long time, and to kind of succumb to that altercation so early on. I think they're in for round 2 of that brawl, and speaking of which, we're getting into another round of Erangel once more, and this is that battlefield that we're staring down at. Are we getting another fight there? Because this is a direct fight into Pachinki as well.
Oh, yeah.
Man, this is definitely going to be another treat as we move into round 2. Another firm access for Roy Esports, this time moving into the islands, and this will end up inside of Severny, so plenty of options available, and they're just probably praying, please don't be another SMP circle. So, other than that, I think all is going to be pretty clear with a lot of changes, I do believe, because how that flight path was secured early on does not allow certain teams to drop up north. Now we get to see maybe a little bit of true colors. UB kicking things off over north, but they will also be joined with TSK. It really seemed like TSK, they just love to be in for a little bit of that feisty exchange.
I mean, the fly, you couldn't ask for a more perfect flight path, right? For a lot of this team, you're able to at least roughly like to go where you wish to go to as well. And although if you didn't notice as well, it's not really sure. It feels like a centralized circle, but it is somewhat shifting towards the western side here. So a lot of teams that want to drop to it, you still can someone go for this somewhat of a long dive towards the eastern side of the map here. Honestly, you can even just drop down right now, secure a vehicle, just make the run all the way to that eastern side. But look at the circle once more, heavily shifting towards that western side. And to make matters worse, we're going to an area, the circle shifted to an area where you have a lot of mountainous areas, mountains, cliffs, valleys to deal with as well. The kind of positioning where the kind of area of the map where you really need to try to get a good spot there. You get a good spot there initially, you're going to be able to punish a lot of teams. There's a lot of vantage point for you to play for yourself. Sure, can be quite punishing if the circle forces you down the hill into the lines inside of a lot of teams. Rarely any compounds though. I don't think we ever had a circle shifting towards the core area. I would have loved a core matchup because that area just...
Yeah, I mean, overall, like, as much as you talk about valleys and hills, there's only one mountain right there, Olympus over north, and maybe certain hillside for them to play from. So, like you said, those compounds are scarce. So you will expect teams to be battling for some of all these scarce defensive hold, if anything at all. But last we checked into certain teams over north, TSK, they landed themselves in Severny, and right across them it was a bunch of teams who decided not to also rally into the mix as well. So it's been pretty interesting. As much as BRU, they didn't really have the best of luck in terms of position in the last round, they managed to still convert a large margin in the form of 8 elimination points and just won from the placements instead. So BRU, definitely a lot of expectations have been set onto this esports club. I mean, they originated as a football club back in Thailand, and I mean, they've been here ever since those early seasons I've casted, and so far, they've always been absolutely consistent. I'm definitely hoping to see BRU to be able to have a decent kind of rotation in order to make a bigger run as compared to what they had back in our first matchup. So we'll have to say whether if they could actually get into some of all these prime locations like you mentioned early on.
Yeah, I mean, just mentioning BRU, right? We are talking about an org. Like, this is a very good example of an org who has been here for the longest time, right? 6 to 8 years, the longest. I remember the time back in PUBG Continental Series where they were running alongside with like really strong teams at the time. Like, we had Fury back then alongside with ke-1. I mean, ke-1 is still around day trade too. But, you know, at the same time, sure, it may not be the exact same roster as back then. You know, players are constantly shifting. So don't get me wrong, I'm happy for everyone's future endeavors. But of course, if you can still maintain the same dream team, the stability of that team all the way to PGS, is that kind of that clean record that everyone looks at you and be like, yeah, that is a very solid team. You've been consistently every year, every series. That's fantastic. I mean, same goes for Happy Squad, right? So May not be the exact same rosters, but we do see CJ and of course Arjun Boss. They've been here for the longest time. Glad to see them. By the way, absolute legends in the APAC region. So if we're talking about consistency, this is like one of the few teams that's been constantly back to back in all these tournaments. So it's very weird to have a qualifier where we just don't see them. That's at least my take for this.
Yeah, I guess that their form has been on and off, which we have seen them maybe miss out certain major circuits or so, or even having a really rough time even when they qualify. But all in all, this is a legendary roster hailing from the Philippines that we've absolutely loved, especially CJ. I think I have not seen CJ play for quite a while, so I'm excited for him to be back. We're looking at the rest of the field to be really matching up to the tempo as well. And over on to the rest of Savage Men, they've managed to book a compound right smack dab in the middle of Gatka. So this is what I do like about Gatka, is that we will see a lot of all these mid to long range duels. Sometimes in the middle of the open, you get some couple of catches, especially when you have yourself some of all these safe haven so early into the matchup. So it's all about the setups in the early span of the match, and then when you need to rotate out of Gatka, that becomes a little bit of a headache, because by then, by the end of Phase 2, Phase 3, you would expect majority of all these teams to be circulating right over onto the quarters, as well as a couple teams bunch up in the center. Then what do? Do you actually have that leverage to slowly rotate, or you just got to full send to another compound and might run the risk of fully getting a little bit or score yourself a team wipe? There's a lot of all these big factors that these teams have to consider, which is why we're looking at the calm before the storm. Right now, Mile, hot off a top 3 finish right at this moment, scoring 10 points to match up the ranks of TMP for second at the moment, getting a little bit of pressure coming in from Zoo Team. And Zoo Team, I think that they're definitely nostalgics. Last we saw, they were fighting up against some of the members of Buram and many more inside of the melee base. Now that they get a little zone, it's kind of interesting to see how they've been able to keep some of the protocols absolutely right. Having a little scouting around, having a couple of all these good points of hold, and speaking of which, TTS, they swarm up the hillside, and they don't know MG Gaming has already booked this hillside, looking for a pick pop, and they pop the tires, and also Tanbin in the process.
Just trying to hold on the line as well. They need to try to recover him as much as possible here. They know for a fact the rest of the team is coming in, but sadly couldn't flank his side as there's someone moonlighting here. So one of the team was able to go for a perfect flank stand, trying to see if we can try to get some kind of intel as much as possible here. MG, they had their grounds here initially as well, but there's a lot of hill, there's a lot of angles, there's a lot of trees. They heard the vehicles, but they're not sure where they're parked at currently at the moment here. So everyone's just finding, moving forward, trying to do a little bit of due diligence. We do see Ina, who has a perfect flanking maneuver from the backside, but just haven't really spotted a player. Stan moving in to try to reconvene with a 2-for-2 setup here. But we do see a lot of smokes as the priority coming in from TDS. We'll be trying to go for the revive, and it seems they will be allowed to go for the revive, and they will lose a man in the process here. Actually, no, haven't really got the revive yet. Oh no, actually just got it.
They did.
Just got it. Sorry, I just saw it last minute.
Yeah, the rest of MG, they did not commit to the full brawl just yet, because the rest of TTS, they definitely do have some of all these blind angles held. Malti goes in for the peek and quickly gets punished by Enut. Tanbi also getting blinded out. He's been knocked once, and he's just putting himself further forward. Try to deny whatever space, because they understand if they lose control over on this foothill, this is going to be a huge trap that they will be slowly devoured by the rest of MG. That blue getting tagged for a little bit more as well. They are just buying a little bit more time as well as space with whatever smokes that they have. Photo shields now popped up just to get a little bit more of that cover. That blue going prone, but 2K solely sneaks him out, and it won't be that blue going for the exchange 1-for-1 as he sees this as a golden opportunity. TTS plows through, finds another, but not quite enough. That blue with a range coverage, and now down to Stanel. Is he gonna make the cut? And yes, he does! Huge clutch out there, now down to a 1v1 brawl. Him against Ina, but there's actually even more over the back. The blue zone's already chiming in, so this isn't going to be all too easy for either side of the party. Both sides left with only one member apiece.
Oh man, that fight. This absolute mayhem for the team here. Don't get me wrong. At first, I thought it was a bit of an early aggression that just literally converted into a full-on aggression here. Certainly not the kind of fight which you necessarily want to take so early on into this phase one of the circuit as well here. But the deed's been done, blood's been spilled. You might have to try to clean up the fight here. I was a little bit concerned from MG because especially since they got the first knock, right? They got the first knock. They will allow them, the TDS, to actually get the revive. But when they got the second knock, then I'm surprised they didn't really aggressively push forward the circuit kill. They had the high ground as well. They got the angles too. So that actually gave a little bit more confidence for TDS to push forward, where he actually literally lead to 2 and 3 additional more knocks coming from their end. Because naturally, it does comes down to the final game, the gunplay coming from Stan, who did, by the way, perform phenomenally as he played off with the cover angles here to get the 2 respective knocks. Now 3 kills on both sides' hands here. I wouldn't say it's committing, right? Because it's like what we talked about before, right? You only got 12 matches, or I guess in this case 11 matches.
No.
And there he goes. There he goes. Played the long angles too.
That was rough. I mean, he was hoping that the member of TTS is going to be still running within the spine of the hill, but instead he shifted because that crease. I mean, there's a lot of all these blind areas that they could not really cover. So MG kind of lost track of Metal D's position. So great work on Metal D's behalf, right? Because he's been able to really go ring around the rosy. And I absolutely understand why MG didn't exactly go in for the full flush, like you said. After that 2 knocks, it's still a very firm defensive hold that they had. You saw there was a 2-prong attack. And even despite that, they were barely making the cut. So if they really had to do it, they really had to full set with 4 members, which is rather risky in that sense. So, of course, that's it and done. It's been a massive ride for both sides of the team. At least MG walks away with those 3 points. And I'm not too sure how far will TTS go with this, with only 1 member left, whereas the rest of the field has got a full stack of 4 right now. So a lot of all these teams right now circulating around the far western plains as they're looking for ke-1. Spotting out the movements coming from the rest of ATK. And wow, a drive-by from Dinosaurus. And there goes Nablon also to follow suit. So this will be a decent exchange at the very least. Nablon now with the barrel spray, connecting Builder fully. But they don't really have all too much time to go in to retrieve Hoyan at this moment. Nablon secures those points for now, and there is definitely a breach incoming right down to the compounds. Robin holds down the line. There is more teams coming into this section as well. So Robin, how long can he hold out? He's the last man standing, and he's barely having any room to breathe. With the surge of these 4 members, UB looking to close things out.
Really well, Metallica's positioning company from UB. So I do remember as well, this is UB's location, right? They went for a 2x2 or at least a 1x3 split, right? So they got all the angles really got to go forward here. But looks on the other side, well, we can't really see the ending for the previous side that we saw, but looks like Raw Esports will be crashing into Happy Squad's compound here. They're very happy to greet them in kind, to get the knocks here as well, to get all the pick that. Looks like Raw Man back to Attackers clans once more, really living up to the name, literally attacking any team that comes their way. Did cost him 3 of his teammates naturally, but that's unfortunate. In PUBG, there's not many things you can control in your hands here. But good spray, good angles, playing with the edges here. But a fantastic molly will force him down from the roofs. That's gonna allow Nam Wong's gonna have a nice, beautiful pickup here. And no loss of life for the teammates here. So they will be able to get a 4 kill points from themselves. But Happy Squad and Roy Esports back to the initial confrontation that we saw just now. It seems like that's going to be the conclusion as Roy Esports Setsuna will be one to be the final nail on their coffins.
That's a massive pop-off moment for Setsuna. He managed to nail down 3 members of Happy Squad. They were inside of a compound for the most part of the story, right? And it's kind of like the similar notion where Attack Squad was at. They could not really form a decent whole, and unfortunately, Roy Esports just got the best out of those situations. They had all these members planted over onto every single corner of these walls. Now, MG Gaming, or NRG as a matter of fact, will be holding it over onto that peak. It's only going to be 1 member, so it's not too much of a concern for a Tosakan team who have been able to secure themselves a tiny little shack. Of Crazy Doc now bringing out the K-9 to play out. Oh, break tag, and immediately responded, leaving him with only 4 HP. He cannot afford to falter. I mean, the rest of NRG is all the way back over onto the different section of the pound, so you kind of don't want a member to be sent right through, putting them at risk at the very same time, while Porsche finding one from a very cheeky angle at the very same time, and TMP absolutely on the tear right now.
It's also a good call for some of the members of NRG. Their full team wasn't really with them at the time as well, and they were trying to find knocks into a building area, which is what we were discussing in the first match, where I mean, you can get a knock that's great. You're probably going to be forcing him to waste supplies, to go for the revives, to go for heals here, but you're not going to be able to convert for that kill. There's just too much cover. There's most likely a teammate that's going to be able to save him as well here. So good call for NRG. Just be there just to get the intel in. Not going to waste too much ammunition or resources here. Stay within the circle, just to get the necessary intel. And speaking of intel, we finally do see Unity Brothers. Not UG, this is going to be another initial team here with a UB this time. Back on this side of the map here. Well, looks like Male Esports is going to be good neighbors to Old Blood. Maybe not be the best neighbors, as the knock was pretty much fantastic here. But it's so spread out. It's not really, doesn't really have the smokes or nor set up the smoke trail to go for the revives.
Wow, Moshing does actually get a clean angle, but there's just 2 members planted over the top. He cannot afford to peek for far too long, but those nades connect. He does not expect that one coming from Kurt all the way from the far back. So right now, OBS find themselves in the pickle. They cannot afford to stay there for far too long. So Jeff is going to look to cut some losses right now, looking to just get out of this situation, but there's literally nowhere to go. Oh man, what a scene that is. Oh, it's a rough run for the members of OBS, and I believe that there's also other players getting picked up in the span of that moment. Mile, absolutely a trees for into the swamps they go. FCR. And the scrabble up against Take Me Please, who's got them pretty much choked up over onto these quarters. No. And there's also tags coming from those far ranges of the hillside. So TMP, they need to be very careful about this situation. As much as they want to commit, I mean, they get a couple of mates. This is PTS getting that high ground advantage to close things out up against Savage Men, as they got no business in the swamps.
That's the problem about the circle that we're currently facing right now. It's just going to be forcing a lot of teams to be in this really awkward fights where they have to fight out in this random ditch that they find for themselves. And it's not necessarily a very secure ditch either way. It makes them feel very vulnerable, like what we saw from Savage Men as well. Too many angles for them to cover. They don't really have the man to also cover all the respective angles as well. So they would just fall prey to simple nades like what we saw just now. That was unfortunate. I mean, same goes for the rest of the squad. Old Bloods. By the way, that was, of course, beautiful nades coming from Mel. That's pretty much the resolve their demise. Take Me Please. Portrays, as much as he wants to pick over these hills, NRG has been constantly popping and picking them down here. Try to push forward. Looks like NRG is also going to be falling down in the suit here. They will be able to eliminate him away. It's another kill point on themselves. Won't go to the hands of NRG. But they are picking up a lot of intel from the conflict from this northeastern side of the map here. So, probably get an idea, but at least for this case, 4 Crazy Rabbits, they can take refuge with the idea where there's no one that's going to be able to backstab them from their current position. So they're pretty comfortable in that north end. Buriram, who's going to be coming from the eastern side, pretty comfortable, as they also know no one's going to be flanking from their end, as they were just barely able to get out from their previous confrontation. But Roy Esports currently leading here, 2 members short here. It's going to be a tough climb for these guys, but they're still in the lead, by the way.
Yeah, overall, they're sitting decently in the comfortable spot, while the rest of FCR not so much. They're looking to find themselves a little bit of crease to go up against the rest of UB. They definitely will have certain chances to actually hold over onto that kind of barrier that they do have over onto their terrains. Well, IAT, well, that's a mouthful. Unity Brothers now looking for those tags. The exchange is looking pretty decent. It's just that they gotta find the timings to be immaculate. Unity Brothers, they can afford to spend time up in the hillside for a little bit longer until phase 5 kicks right in, where it may force 2 of these teams to position deeper into the zone. So these 2 teams should be ready to go on a move as well, but hoping to find perhaps a little bit of pickoff or even a knockdown so that they can force a little bit of a reset coming from the enemy side. And speaking of which, they're definitely not in the zone. And these two teams either have to face TSK or even MG Gaming later on. I mean, I'm not really liking those odds. And here comes a mortar out of nowhere. Where exactly this is sent from? I believe it to be from Team Z overall. So we'll have to see what exactly is going to be the course of action for the rest of UB right now. They're looking to infiltrate the compound. They spotted TSK moving inbound, and they're looking for the challenge, and they're already soaking so much of the brunt of damage. Latay now with a preemptive grenade. Kurt now looking for those targets as he be able to nail down 2 members of UB. Talon just by the corner wall. Blue zone grenades kicking right in. TSK holding down their fortress. Not converting just yet because they got a lot of stuff that they're currently dealing with right now. Those pressure absolutely unrelenting overall, but they are holding firm. Tires now being popped from the side of net 1, while Latay slowly squeezes his target, and there's not going to be any more room for the member of ENS FCR, and they're still running outside the open. They're expecting more of these teams to be crashing towards this side. The shotgun team holding it so well, even up against the rest of NRG.
They turned hold on the line, but a good attempt when defending their territory as well. But they're not really out of the clear. Actually, no, now they are in the clear. One of the main esports members has finally left the territory here. But I can tell you this, when I saw that circle and I told myself, when I said, oh yeah, I mean, that's literally the reaction coming in from both Tosakan and even NRG and male esports. Yeah, they are very satisfied with the current circle. Of course, it's still within the edge of the circle, their respective compound here, but they could just sit. They could just sit tight. But what a nade! Able to get for the pick out, try to go for the reback here, but that nade is getting relatively close here. They gotta be quick about that one, trying to get the safety here. I love the aggression coming from NRG, trying to be proactive about it. They got the knocked here. However, they never take it to the count. That Lambo is not allowing them to get a free pickup here, so they will actually have to have one player be traded for nothing here. So NRG 1 member short, but still 3 members stall, and they still have the compound and their benefits.
Yeah, Lambao absolutely sharp on that one, and great recovery, right? With that piggyback in the nick of time, salvaging that really sticky situation. Now on to BRU. They're going to push from the rest of Roy Esports, but doesn't seem like he will be able to trade back up against Khan. He's been holding down that line for the longest of time. BRU having that clean entry coming in from the far east, and Roy Esports really got no other space to run because there was Mile right in front of them. And a perfect toss to open things up for NRG, and the rest of FCR currently have a pretty much ambush from all directions. Larry now looking for the heads, and there's none to be actually looked after, and here comes the full flush, and that's just gonna be a full send of a nade to clear up that angle. So NRG, massive 3-pointers out there coming in from Larry.
Well done coming from Larry. Seriously, that he was trying to attempt to flush them out from the corner, not being too aggressive after witnessing what happened to Crazy Dog as well. So it really took his time. That knock was pretty much like a green light for him. It's like, all right, I'm moving in. It's a good call too. You get a knock, you got to be aggressive about it. The next nade that even lead to flipping a car. And thank God he still had one teammate on his backside to cover it from the long angles as well. So really well done from NRG. Sure, the price was not cheap. You did lose 2 members in the process to secure those kills for yourselves here. But even bigger moments for the rest of the teams that's currently existing in this lobby is that Roy Esports, the current top 1, is removed from the play here. So no formal way for them to earn additional points from this round here. So this will allow Male Esports, who's currently second place, alongside Buriram and Unity Brothers, to slowly climb up the ladder here. The same can be said for NRG, who's been doing pretty well. They have 7 points in total currently in the belt, but with 5 kills. They get a couple more kills and placement. They might just even we might even see a reset of the current top 5. So remember, the goal of day number 1 is to rack up as much points as much as possible. Nothing will do you right if you're going to be playing super safe here. You only got 12 or at least 11 matches left to go. Unfortunately for the teams that got knocked out, but the team that's currently still in it, you better try to get something out.
Wow! That was insane. Did you just see that flick that he actually pulled off? Like, he went for the knock, and he still connect the other one? That is just disgusting. I mean, Edie, he's got to be quickly reset it right now. Those nades are flying in from the rest of MEY. And looks like the rest of BRU, they're happy to still fend off all these teams as they gotta make a late run into the zone. They got 1 minute left on the clock, and they are puncturing those tires, so MEY don't really have any space alongside with Zoo to actually play from, despite BRU not in the best position themselves, and that kind of freeze only gives them a little bit of a reprieve, while Khan, once again, with the tag team of rules, finds them all. There's still one member sneaking around the corners by the foldable shields, and I'm not too sure if Rules knows about it. This might be very costly. He's not really turning a blind eye to it. Well, he's pushing onwards, and he finds 2 of these members of Mercenaries, close it out with a perfect tenor. BRU are climbing up the charts as we expected it.
It's a lot of points as well. If they just could get additional more kills and placement, we will have our new top 1 contender. But you know, with that being out, of course, with that being said, that's all theories for now. Let's quickly get back to the matters at hand. Male Esports, they intend to ensure they are currently the kings of their respective edge of their circle here. But of course, naturally, there's all this gunfire is drawing attention of a lot of teams here. Now, finally, the circle, unfortunately, will be shifting out of the compounds area here. And Unity Brothers, Tao Dao, last member standing here. And I don't blame you. You're the last member as well. You could try, like this is, if you can't really go for the kills, or you could try to go for steals, or just go for placements here, right? Like at this point, any points you earn as a solo is pretty impactful, right? If you can get to like 2nd place as a solo with a couple of kills, I think that's like a massive win for the team. Like it doesn't matter.
But then again, you gotta keep in consideration that is the only defensive cover left in the next zone.
Right.
And you take a look at all the other teams, they're gonna be funneling all their eyeballs onto that shack. So you expect teams on desperate attempts to be full sending it. And if you've checked in what he's holding, Talda, he's actually prepared with a Panzerfaust, so he's ready to really go in for that martyrdom play if anything happens in that brink of a moment. So right now, just a little bit of wait for Phase 7 to close up, and we would definitely expect a little bit more of that tussle between all the teams coming in from the far corners of the map. Now, that's going to be Nate now being sent towards the corners of Tanawa as he's trying to form a smoke trail in order to make his way past, because he knows better that there is not much of that area to play for over onto the high ground instead. So Khan goes in for the tag. Kurt goes out.
But you see, here's the problem, right, Contra? Yes, it's the only defensive compound, but they can't really get near it. There's barely any covers. It's a downhill it's somewhat of a mini valley, right? No forest, no covers, no rocks to deal with as well. Yeah. No vehicles to set up for themselves, as all the vehicles has either imploded or just the wheels being shot off here. So teams are just naturally just playing on the edges here, as to be expected as well. Mosujin unfortunately couldn't hold on the line. Janku, last man standing for the team here. If he could pull through here, just keep it in the game, that'd be pretty big here, but it's only 1 man. The total on to us, but he has a total of 8 kills here. Might just see he can get a couple of people more, but looks like the rest of the team is still being drawn in from the attention, and RG will jump from the sideline and knocked out away.
Yeah, Tosakan team is just looking ferocious right now, paving a path wherever they go, and right now, they are claiming a lot of all these empty space over far north due to their impactful plays. 80 though, over onto the high ground. This is going to be a big vantage point for him to really farm up those big numbers. BRU, 12 elimination points already sitting at the top. Roy Esports crashed out rather early on. Talda now soaking in the blue zone grenade. Can he tank it out? He's already looking for the heal.
He got it.
Will recover. Dynasty looking to push in with the Molotov as well. There's not enough time. It does not matter if you have a Panzerfaust, baby. Dynasty is here to claim what he wants.
But still well done. Top 4, you get the points. That's fine. What a shot. May not be a headshot, but still well done spray. We're down to our last 1v1 teams here. And they know exactly where they are. Buriram doesn't have to worry about the north side. That's pretty much a downhill slope at the roadside. They know exactly where they need to be. It's just a matter of fact whether Tosakan will choose to group out or push forward. But that doesn't seem from the case from the camera view that we had. They went for this massive split here to see if they could try to go for an off angle here. Will Buriram do in due diligence? As you can see, the positioning pretty grouped up, and I believe they intend to use their number advantage to sweep the edges as close as possible here. Because there's just no time for the rest of the team to flank from the right side. It's too open here. Not without a vehicle here.
And it's even rougher for TSK. I mean, you take a look at utilities, BRU. They've pummeled down so many squads that they've been able to continue restocking whatever supplies. TSK is only down to 1 Molotov offensively and 3 flashbangs from Latte. So they kind of need to play off of Latte's lead right now, if anything at all. And they're already being squeezed tight in the form of space. BRU having the upper hand right now. They're sending in those nades. Some might actually connect. Does not really chip their health out. They spot out Khan. This might just actually be it. A good call coming from Kazakhstan to close it out. And that's going to be an easy pick through the head. Dynasty full up with an exchange. He's looking for a double. And yes, he secures it. 1 more to go. Down to Latte. He has those flashes. What is he going to do with it? He's just sifting past over into these corners. Going to be looking for the targets, and his intel is being relayed. It does not matter after all. BRU secures the second chicken dinner of the day.
Oh, this is really well done. And by the way, this is the team that got 10th place in their qualifiers, right? Tosakan got 5th place here. So the fact that they were able to win out the round in such a manner, they could have feel more better for that revenge kill.
You give them an inch, they take a mile, and look what BRU have done to the rest of these squads. They've been playing around those high ground terrains, and they benefited so much, eliminating whoever's on their passage, and down to that final duel. I think that was absolutely rowdy. Latte looking to pull up clutches, but they really ran out of those resources, unfortunately, and BRU has got thousands and thousands of stuff to throw at them. So, you know, Yoli, that was impressive, but even more impressive is that these teams, they are definitely looking to score even higher than BRU did. So we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more PUBG esports action.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, red zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the Black Market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the Update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor.
The wait's been long, but welcome back once more to the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Play-In rounds. I'm Len, also known as Yodeling, and gracing us at the castle desk once more. In contrast, we bring you guys all the PUBG extravaganza and shenanigans at the same time.
Yeah, overall, I mean, these guys are into serious business, right? You look at BRU's hurdle so far. They've been taking massive strides. I mean, even despite the starting round of what we saw inside of the Million Base to be a little bit more treacherous, they did at least convert like 8 eliminations to book out. And then when they've got enough space to play with, this is what BRU does every other day. They just absolutely obliterate lobbies, right? So just look at how well they organize themselves is just impeccable. Like, there were threats coming in from Roy Esports. There's so many other teams who were over onto that far stretch, what we saw to be the final 2 circles of that far western plane. They still made it out well because of how they've been able to really neutralize the targets one after another. And I think that definitely a lot of these teams are looking to take maybe a little bit page of their playbook in that sense. And BRU, all in all, are back in their right track, so looking like the heavy favorites to conquer this qualifying run, and I won't be too surprised if we do, of course, see them in the finals.
I mean, it definitely must have felt absolutely livid for Buram United as well, because as I mentioned earlier, during their respective Thailand qualifiers, it was Buriram who was currently in 10th place, and at the same time, it was Tosaka team was currently in 5th place in their Pacific qualifier as well. So getting a win on top of them is of course feeling absolutely fantastic. But also do take into account this is two teams who has really solid fundamentals here. I don't think any of this, nothing really went wrong on their right. They played according to the playbook. They did it phenomenally as well. Just at the end of the day, it just really came down to that crucial gunplay. If they win out the fight, it could have been Tosaka's game. If Buriram want to fight, then naturally that's how history has been written from the last round itself here. But of course, looking at this match leaderboard, just looking at this, true, it looks like Buriram was just able to take it back to that top 1 spot. Naturally, with all the kills that they were able to rack up, including the placement points, and even for the last round as well. But with that being said, Contra, we're done with the Tui Wrangel map, the old school map. We're now getting to one of the newer ones, the beautiful land here. Well designed. I absolutely love the aesthetics of the map.
That's right, we're heading into Rondo, baby, and here we go, kick-starting from the far western plains. And the first off the plane is going to be the rest of TSK. Tosakan looking absolutely on fire. The last iteration that we've seen of them, they've been able to, of course, rack up massive porters with that late run, securing the top 2 due to Latte's last stand. They're going to be floating alongside with the rest of Zoo. And this might just see them maybe bumping heads for a little bit, but with the vast land of Rondo, I mean, the fights could be anywhere, but most likely than not, we're going to be seeing even more of that action coming in from Phase 3, Phase 4 onward. So, of course, areas like Test Track, Stadium, as well as the in-betweens over onto the Central Bowl is going to be some of the prime locations, and we're already looking at NRG probably scavenging around already, as there is UB floating in between BRU. Perhaps a stretch to Jalton is going to be very likely for the rest of UB. Well, we're not really getting too much of a hot drop, but I do see that MGG, they have a member just cutting very closely up against the likes of OBS. So, Oblutz, they gotta be absolutely careful. And speaking of which, we're already having our dear producers hard at work getting us all these action from minute 1. So Jeff, he's over on the low ground and he's already got himself that M4 in hand. Now what's he gonna do? Is he gonna go flushing out those positions so quickly? As the rest of Oblutz, they're still gonna be looking to see if they could slowly get all that intel necessary.
Interestingly as well, is I don't think this can be considered a hot drop as well for both the two teams. I think just seeing from the flight path and the parachuting they were doing, I think some of the team was just trying to prioritize and securing the vehicles. Unfortunately, Oblutz was a little bit too slow on the draw here. They did lose out 2 of the vehicles to 2 different squads, by the way. So now they just pretty much just had to land within the vicinity. They already did the best they can. They had to just work with what they got. Same goes for MG here. Of course, ideally, both of these two teams do not want to try to bail out anytime soon here. That's pretty much why you see the team playing a little bit more of that passive and secured stance here. A couple of pre-fire warning shots coming from the side of MG here, letting Jeff know, giving a little bit of a bigger picture where you're going to show yourself a little bit more. I'm gonna gun you down, and it looks like Stan is gonna make that prophecy come true as he gets the knockdown. And it's gonna be putting some of the teams a little bit of a pinch here. Honestly, it's a little bit of a unique scenario for me, Contra, mainly because of the fact that it's usually Speedy getting knocked down and Jeff trying to come in for the saves here. Now the tables are turned. It looks like Speedy also is going to be knocked down at the same time.
Man, you have to do the man dirty like that, right? Like you say, oh, usually it's Speedy getting knocked out. Guess what? He gets knocked out this time.
Man, I did. Man, the cast is cursed, man. I'm sorry, buddy. It's not my intention at all.
I mean, look at the space that he's got. He's got no room to really work out against those members of MG Gaming, unfortunately. So that's going to be first blood secured by MG Gaming. And OBS, I think that they're not gonna look to settle the scores because they barely glued up. They already lost 2 men already in these scuffles. And where exactly is it gonna be for OBS to secure, these loots? Because looking at the minimap earlier on, a lot of all these estates have already been claimed. So it's not going to be an easy time for these members of OBS. Starting things off, not really having the best time to take those vehicles, like you said, nor even weaponry to begin with.
But you see, I think that's an option, right? Because it's also, do take into account the flight path as well, right? It was also shifting towards the northwestern side, or at least going towards the southwestern side, right? So that area, that general area, especially Old Blood, since they actually dropped down relatively midway, so they have a rough idea. Okay, most of these estates is currently no longer free or free real estate anymore, but they can have the option. They do have a bike, and I've seen teams do this in the past as well. They can actually take a long drive to the eastern side of the map, where the flight path didn't really cover that much of the southern eastern side here. So that is one option for them to go for it. They want to try to get a couple of loots. Attackers Clan, we didn't see them for the last round. Interesting, they have a very interesting strategy, right? I mean, they did live up to the name. They literally gone on top. They literally gone on top of the passing by team. I believe it was Unity Brothers from the last round as well, from the last map of Erangel as well. Sadly, they didn't even get a single kill point out of it. The whole team actually got wiped out here, or flushed in this case here. But you know, that's the tough thing, right? You're going up against teams top in their respective regions, and when it comes to fundamentals, naturally all these guys got it fundamentally hands down here.
True enough, and overall, I think they definitely try to make certain attempts. It's just that there is no conversion rates. Look at the way that they've been actually seeking certain trajectory of a fight, right? It's kind of scattered in their approach, so I kind of want to see a little bit more cohesiveness coming in from the side of Attack Squad overall. So as we look past some of all these areas, we have the rest of BRU firmly planted inside of the stadium. I don't think that any team wants to challenge that, because you saw what BRU did towards their enemies last game, and they definitely are very, very ready to take on anybody at any given point in time. So right now, a lot of establishments being made by all these teams to be situated around those corners of Yulin. Understandably so, right? Because that's kind of like the dead center of the current zone. And more often than not, no matter where it shifts, you should still be able to secure yourself into phase 2 or even arguably 3 and 4 onwards. And now the rest of the Tin Soldiers having a white 2-2 split. I'm kind of waiting for certain glider actions to take place, because we haven't got any part of it throughout today. Now, it's going to be the Rabbits lurking up against these members of FCR. I don't think Net1 knows. He's being traced as well. I believe Mata heard his footsteps.
You know, when you actually brought up the glider, well, of course, I was listening to you and watching the game. I was also looking at the skies, because I was also looking at, like, is there going to be a glider? Anyone flying in the skies, trying to go? So a little aerial combat intel gathering, you know, scouting things out. But unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be seeing any glider. Hopefully, because we still got 3 days, right? 3 days. Unfortunately, for each team, they only got 2 days each. But, you know, for us, hey, wait, there is a glider. Wait, hold on. I think there's somebody there. Yeah, there is a guy. There it is. Yes, thank you, Nab, for of course, thank you, Observer, and Nab, of course, for spawning out the glider for us. I just saw like a purple icon, and I was like, wait, hold on, there's something in the sky. A little bit of a pixel displacement.
If anyone to thank for, you should thank Hatawa. I mean, all these Thai teams, they absolutely love this intel gathering, right? And Hatawa has always done it in the past for all these teams that he's been joining, and so far, he's been a firm voice in all the teams that he's been participating in. And right now, whatever info he has gotten for the team, he will relay it to see if the rest of TSK could, who knows, maybe emergency pick up, hot drop some of these guys, go fully aerial. And I've seen a lot of all these clips online of what these teams have been up to. Back then, I think, like, funny enough, like, some people put a sticky grenade, full send it, drop that glider out, and that's one way to do it. But nowadays, you can't do that anymore. There's definitely updates to that. So, anyways, that of course is a cheeky attempt, but you kind of don't want to waste your resource in such a way. And
a more glorious time.
Yeah, Khan's another guy on the glider, and he's already on the shots.
Oh, you gotta be careful too, buddy. It won't be the first time I see a person getting gunned down from his own glider itself, man. You gotta be careful, Khan. But he is landing a couple of good shots. Intel's covering perfectly as well. Now just swarming on top of Hong Nam here, trying to also great, by the way, great defensive smoke that can only last him for too long. Thank God he does have his teammate Laoji on the other side, giving the long angles coverage here, and Zin's coming in to join in the fray here. They do know it's a knock. They want to go in for the flush. A good molly into the smoke to try to flush them out at the same time here. But unfortunately for Eddie, I think that's going to be the end for this round here. It's going to be 3 members still standing for the side of Brewery Rom. And I think Khan is still in the air, right? Or has he already landed down?
I believe he's up there somewhere. And there you go.
He's still flying around. He's still gliding around, yeah.
I think he was thinking of joining in the fight where he's looking to land, and the moment that they call for a retreat, he's flipping all the way over. Yeah, a little bit of rough winds that he's dealing with right there. Well, actually, Khan's all the way back up once again. So look at the rest of BRU. Losing 1 in that skirmish was kind of unfortunate, right? Z was absolutely prepared. Despite all that huge setup coming in from BRU, it came down to nothing. And as a matter of fact, it was a casualty, which is why it's understandably that they will fall back and look to at least open up different spaces to play out. And by doing so, rotating early now allows them to move deeper into the fields, and there's already not much space in the center. Fully guarded by FCR, TSK, and on the south you have Happy Squad holding down the line. So you are looking at the Grand Canyons of teams just on the verge of rotation, so it's a great migration all around that group. Finding a catch over on the members of OBS, and that's Ina also running one down out of TMP. It's been a rough ride for all these teams out there, and MG Gaming driving side by side to all these members. I mean, we can see it from the minimap, but no contact whatsoever between these two, as there is a little small hill in between them.
Yeah, I mean, you lose 1 member. It's not too painful. It's not like a massive loss. Don't get me wrong. I mean, sure, ideally you would like 4 members as you slowly get to the final circle, but you could have been more. You could have been more in a precarious spot when you lose 3 of your members that early in that phase. Well, Obla in particular, definitely quite the rough spot here. They're slowly losing that, at least the chances that they got there. At least try to farm enough point spot. Because remember, hold on here, as I slowly explain later on, as TD from the vantage point, from the high ground, as he screams, will be able to get a beautiful knock. And the guy, I'm pretty sure, hasn't really got a rough idea where he practically was, because he was just trying to slow down the vehicle, trying to find the respective angles here. So that's going to be an unfortunate knock for Leo here. But Savage Man Esports now on the defensive. They're currently within the compound itself here. They have a few ideas, but no confirmation here. And sadly, by the time Xavier finds the idea for it, he gets gunned down again, falling to the same fate. And TD being the final nail that both of the teammates coffin.
Yeah, Teddy doing an absolute mega job over on the top end of the rooftop. Meanwhile, Larry on the outskirts, alongside with Crazy Dot, absolutely shredded out MG Gaming. The moment that MG looks for a compound to seek refuge, and the rest of Savage Men getting pummeled by those nades. Upchat now tries to draw something out, but it's just a dire effort coming out with him. Roy Esports with a massive victory out here in the test track. And now, continuing on, we got TMP versus UB.
Is this really the NRG that I known from previous tournaments as well? This is the team that was struggling during the rest of APAC qualifier as well. By the way, bottom 3, last 3 placing for NRG here. So seeing them really popping it off here. Sure, I mean, sure, it's 3 matches in, but still seeing their aggression, seeing their reaction to certain scenarios he's been doing them quite great justice so far. But of course, naturally, great knock coming in from Pangster as well. That's going to be forcing a lot of some of the tin men or tin soldiers here to try to move in closely, to try to go for the revives here. He gets a knock, that's great. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get the flush rate or convert it to a kill. But that's fine. Is this the state of this circle, right? Or this phase, or these phases, right? Where if you can get a kill, of course, that's tremendous. But if you're able to just force them to expel resources, mats, and everything, that also helps you in the long run later on when you get to that final circle here. May not be great for the lobby, but it's great for the long run later on.
Yeah, great for certain teams, though. I mean, TSK, FCR, as well as UB, they're in the prime locations. Happy Squad on an interesting 2-2 split, as you can see that they're having this formation to try to secure some ground, and at the very same time, the 2 other members members on the outskirts looking to also gatekeep certain teams from moving forward. So it is definitely a little bit risky in the sense where if it's going to be a full swing of a squad of 4, then some of them might just be in trouble. BRU wrapping around the edges and now finds the upper hand up against TMP, who's currently situated over onto the south. So it's going to be a decent place to at least hold for cover for now, but Yuri Brothers are already withering down those vehicles, so looking for that perfect angle on his SKS. It's still going to be a little bit of a tough work. I mean, he's got all day.
yeah, I agree. He has all day. I just don't like the spot that Buriram is in currently. I mean, sure, you don't have a lot of options left as he slowly goes down the circle here, but I just don't like that spot. You're begging for a little bit of trouble here, just in case if any team, especially now we're slowly going towards that phase 4, right? Oh, by the way, fantastic knock coming from Pangs. He's been on point so far, but I spoke a little bit too soon as they ran him down over and get the knock there. And now it looks like Tin Soldiers, they weren't satisfied with the initial knock. No, they want to try to get the trade back. They want blood as the prize.
Yeah, just look at these two going all out, and they find those angles. Larry barely getting enough cover. He cannot run over and back with a rocket. Tobin secures it to turn the tides around. Despite those catches, TTS now has to quickly reset before they journey their way in. And speaking of which, the rest of OBS also looking to dock by those corners. Now T looking to hold down the line, but Blessed, he's all alone. I mean, it's still going to be a tough predicament out there with Red Hawk also going for the last stand. Miles secures it. So TMP, they're on for an early exit here, not really having all too much to convert. Walking away with 0 points absolutely hurts the rest of the field for the rest of TMP. Well, the rest are definitely putting up such a strong fight. ATK just fumbles over. Perfect timing from Teddy, and he's been a monster in this lobby so far. Joined alongside Sensuna, and this is not the place to be for the rest of ATK as they're running into the process of Roy.
I don't know what happened during the 1 weekend of break here, but I can tell you this, Roy Esports, they are back and ready for action here. But of course, Buriram is definitely seeing this alongside with Male Gaming as well. Yeah, so definitely not liking that the kill feed is being filled with Roy Esports finding great success with this. On the other hand, Happy Squad, I'm somewhat happy for them. The fact they're still sticking around. They've not been having really good matches so far. Either failing relatively early or losing a lot of key positioning within phase 1, phase 2 circles. At least this time they're here, they're back at it again. They recovered. Hopefully this time they're going to be able to get a little bit more rounds here because we are currently our third match of the night here, so we're pretty much halfway through day number 1 here, and I mean, daylight is gone already at this point. It's nighttime here in Malaysia right now.
Yeah, you can see from my cam that my place is getting dark. I definitely need to switch on some light bulbs. Well, this doesn't seem too much like a holy affair for Plesto. ATK, you see, they've been struggling for a tad bit from the hands of Roy, now serving past the quarters of DPS, and they still want to continue on, but thankfully enough, of course, with whatever they have, they just try to speed run it into the zone. If you're under such struggles, it's absolutely understandable, and now Kurt finds himself those moving targets, and they choose the dark, but not in the nick of time, they burn it down! Robin and Mark could not go anywhere further than that.
Oh no! I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the aggression that was coming in from the side here for attack. I mean, they're living up to the name, right? Attacker squad, right? Attacking gaming, right? But
that's not attacking. That's running everywhere around the map.
but I mean, that's fine, right? Like you're roaming around, you're trying to see an opportunity to try to go for picks, right? Something like what Monk did during the rest of APAC Qualifier, our top 3, by the way. But probably not as polished. You see, as we saw recently, as the vehicle being blown up, they're tagging out, they're not really looking for kills. But good attempt. Really good attempt. Hopefully they'll succeed in the next few rounds. They're currently 16th place. They're not really in a good. I'll be honest with you, Contra. They're not in a good spot. 16th place with 1 point. That's not doing good, especially since you're trying to be one of the top 8 teams to qualify for finals as well. But other than that, we do see a confrontation from some of the teams contesting for the spot. It looks like it'll be Roy Esports versus Happy Squad. You're both from the same came from the same qualifier, guys. Friendly, please.
I mean, there's just no holds barred. These guys have been duking it out for 7 straight years, and they're looking to do it again. This time, Happy Squad holding firm over on the quarters, but Roy Esports got bunched up, and everything was sent towards the direction. Roy Esports burned to the ground, and that was massive out of Elgin Bots.
Oh no, that sadly because of how close the circle is, as well, the positioning coming from all the teams as well. This gunfight, this blood that's been spilled in the water, the sharks are coming in. When I mean sharks, I mean players. They're drawn to the attention. That's why you see Tosaka Gaming crashing into the site, into the area to try to see if they can try to salvage a couple of kill points from themselves. We do see Old Blood Blast just now also managed to steal a kill away here on the hands of Roy Esports. Yeah, I'm pretty happy that he was able to get a kill for that for sure. But other than that, Arjun Bots, last man standing. Blast try to run his way in here. Sadly gets exploited and thwarted by Tonawat here with the arm in hand. He lands the shot. No, but he just managed to send the message.
Yeah, plenty of more message to go by with this AWM. I mean, if he finds the hit though, this could be devastating for the rest of TTS. You take a look at that position. They're barely having enough cover, and even worse for wear is Hongnam right now having a nade being sent right in. The rest of MEY looking to pry this weakened side, and they're breaking through walls, and I don't know if there's a 4th wall here to break. I wonder what exactly is he gonna be up to. Can he still exchange with the rest of the mercenaries? Right now, I don't think there's much of that space left because they could look to deplete that Dacia and look at the rest of Vile arriving to the scene. UB having Tilda over on the top and shredding him apart, and that is just a rough call. Now this is just easy pickings for the taking as Tilda has gotten all these situations handled firmly.
Oh no, they thought they were trying to crash into it as well. Actually from a distance, right? Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, those concrete areas was covered with bamboo shoot, right? Was it his intention to crash there and try to siege onto the compound, or he wanted to crash through the fence as he thought it was a fence and into the compound?
I think that was pretty much part of the idea, right? Like, you want to crash right through because you're desperate and your vehicle is about to detonate at the very same time. So you kind of want to look for the closest point where you can still go in for the engagement, but it's not really leaving them no space to actually
So that means he mistaken the fence for not being a fence.
I don't know if they take offense on it, but if you catch the drift. But, you know, it's a desperate attempt, all in all. So, 7 more teams remaining.
Ooh,
BRU, surprisingly quiet this round. They have been poised for position, but then again, haven't been able to trade back efficiently since they've been losing a member very early on, and it does not seem like they do have much of an options in the form of vehicles as well. They had to ditch, you know, the glider initially. I believe there's still like 2 vehicles, and then one was kind of torn apart when Happy Squad saw them in that corner. So BRU, I want to see what they actually bring up, and oh boy, they definitely offer a whole lot. Latte Talawat, they're having all hands on deck. So 7 points already for the side of TSK, kind of yoinking it away from the reach of BRU, and they kind of want to take on BRU at the same time.
You know, I was thinking, right? I mean, sure, Brewery Ram currently top leading in this. Sure, it's 10 points more than Male Gaming as well, and Tosa kind of scores trying to make their way there. But I feel like when you're in this kind of lead, maybe because of the fact that they're one man short, that's why we don't see as much activity coming in from Brewery Ram except for the initial phase. But other than that, I feel like when you're in this kind of a lead with this kind of points, right? I feel like they should just straight up double down, right? Double down, try to go for as much kills as much as possible. You know, but it's the players to call for this kind, because the terrain itself, you're once again back into the open area. There's a couple of there's more trees, more rocks for you to play with compared to the maps or Erangel, where it's just a flat land. You're lucky enough to get like one small shack for yourself, right? But
yeah, this feels a lot like Gatka in essence, right? Like a lot of all these open flat grounds.
Forestry and everything, yeah.
Maybe there's a little bit of a tiny crease here where you could hide out for a little bit. You still gotta snake your way through those grasses or so. And it looks like everybody's looking for a refuel because FCR, they got the best compound possible right now. For Crazy Rabbits, can they actually come up huge with great margins? Because they get that 360 view right now. But on the other side of this notion, Other teams are definitely looking to pry open this space at the very same time. Now T having the tower being popped, and it's going to be TTS getting caught over on the midst of the rotation. Mild Gaming with a really good timing on that pickoff on the far back end up against the member of TTS, while Lambao holding it up against Tosakan. There's still Hasawa over the far end. So every member of FCR, as much as they've been on the aggressive, trying to defend this space, they have not really found anything at all. So they just gotta continue on with the hustle, calling in for a couple more barricades. Hatsawa will have a little bit of cover up against the rest of FEY if they should stand toe-to-toe.
Oh, looks like Neil was going to be able to find the last Lone Ranger or Male Gaming on the other side. Going to be the 17th to remove from play. Sure, it's unfortunate, but you know, you did the damage, you did the run, that's great. Of course, Buiram and Tosakan Gaming and Unity Brother, very happy with this, but the mortars come in. Does it find connection? I love the intensity, as we want to know. Ooh, a little short, a little bit close, a little bit more to the right side. You might have just gotten Lambao. 2 shots, by the way, in the same spot. Quite the precision coming in from this side here.
It's pretty accurate if you ask me. It comes close enough now. Even Tosakan team is also soaking a little bit of that pressure, so hopefully there's not too many more shells to go about with, or else this is gonna be rough. Tosakan now having the flying right through. There is a perfect angle! Spell! Land that golden lob, and right now it is go time! While Mercenaries are also being held back by the rest of BRU, as much as that was that massive nade, they could not do all too much, and now they have to fall back for a little bit more. Hatsuwa having a little bit of a tiny window of opportunity, but take a look at that mask. He's nowhere close. So that is going to be slowly converted for Smell. While that zone goes into no man's land, still half of the gas station is being covered for FCR.
Which is great for them. They're very happy with this as well. They can still play with the compound here. Take the luxury of just slowly picking off people one by one here. And we're slowly getting to that part of that phase where teams will need to start utilizing more utilities just to get to the necessary spot, at least within the circuit itself. Tosakan, of course, they went for a 2x2 split, which allowed them to cover more areas as well, since there's still quite a substantial number of teams and players in the circle as well. This is unfortunately coming from a well-playing nade coming from Unity Brothers, right? Or at least from Way Gaming. They came in with a beautiful 2-man nade on 2 of the members of Tosakan Gaming. They could not expect that at all. And to make matters worse, it looks like Lambao was able to find one of the members of Tosakan as they were trying to cover even more angles from the other side, at least the western side, if I'm not mistaken as well. So a bullet to the head. That's not going to be enough for the knock here, but he is trying to get a little bit closer. He does have 1 nade. Hopefully, he feels it's good enough to get that finishing off. But of course, he's doing due diligence. His years of expertise and game sense tells him it's not really safe for him to spot out just yet. And looks like that game sense is gonna give him some survivability and secure him another kill point for his team.
Wow, another massive lob coming right through, and just like that, so Tosaka will not be able to see the light of day throughout this top 4. So massive work coming in from Talda that's been able to secure it as well. Now Roos barely surviving. I believe Talda's going to be able to seal the deal. Overall, I mean, that stronghold for the side of 4 Crazy Rabbits has been too difficult to breach. So all these other teams, they're just really looking for that wide wraparound. And now FCR, they ditch those gas stations as they spread pretty far and wide. BRU still has 2 members left, but they're just biding time through the smoke, looking to trade back and find something in return, while the rest of FCR is already closing in. Now down towards this battle between him as well as Lambao. Lambao looking for those angles in between the window, secures it, and just like that, BRU has been shut off. FCR, this has been the biggest one so far, and looking to secure their first chicken dinner sure over the weekend.
FCR really doing a phenomenal job, especially Lambao. Like the entire he only got 2 kills, but the amount of damage he's been doing with his long range picks is absolutely phenomenal, right? So I'm commending him not so much on the spray, but just his game sense so far, like especially clearing positioning as he's constantly checking long angles. But of course, once again, as they push forward, a beautiful nade, and they will secure the winner chicken dinner. Really well done from 4 Crazy Rabbits here.
Yeah, perfectly executed. They knew what exactly was their assignment. Just hold firm. You saw Lambao was just doing all the heavy duty out on the outskirts to pick off players after players. So check out this highlights of what went on in this map. And wow.
Yeah, man, what a round, seriously. Like, especially like with how it was slowly progressing for a lot of these teams, how they really want to play around. They had a good flight path, great circle as well, since there's barely no water area for them to deal with, not much bridges they have to cross either. So everyone was just pretty much able to go where they need to be. A little bit slow start for some of these teams, but other than that, they were able to recover. But anyway, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick short one, but don't go in for too long. More PUBG action coming to you guys right after this.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, Red Zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, red zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back once again as we're diving into the halfway point of day 1. You'll be sorry for a little bit of that fumbling of the introduction, but man, what a ride it has been so far.
Oh no, I wasn't shocked about the fumble. I didn't even know there's a fumble. I was more shocked at how like absolutely frightening you are.
Suddenly I'm like going out of nowhere, right?
Right? So I was like, whoa, okay, let them be light, you know?
I mean, just like the rest of the teams, they can't be all the way in the dark. It's been 3 rounds already. Certain teams have not found a rhythm or momentum. So, I mean, you said let there be light. I mean, let there be a lot more hope. I mean, there's still a total of 9 games to be played out for each respective teams currently in these groupings altogether. But BRU have so far shown up absolutely huge. And now with those chicken dinners falling in the hands of 4 Crazy Rabbits, they surged their way into the top 3 with a total of 29 points. Still a very tight race between the top 5. I mean, significantly there's a gap on Battlegrounds United's esports at the moment. But I still say chances are plenty, even for the midfield teams, because we're looking for the top 8 for them to move into the finals, where there's still a couple of these teams that have qualified for the rest of APAC from the past weeks itself.
Yeah, and just currently looking at our current leaderboard as well, right? Like, I guess in a way you could say, like, it feels, especially for Battlegrounds United, sure, we do see Roy Esports slowly trying to catch up to the side of Battlegrounds United, but you know, Battlegrounds United had 2 good games back to back, one being first placement, the other, the last match that we had was pretty much top 4, and also they have a decent amount of kills on their belt on top of that as well. Match 2, 17 kills, that's absolutely insane. Battlegrounds, I think they also closed out the last match with a total of 6 kills, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong for that one, but other than that, they're pretty much in a really good spot for themselves. They're really feeling really great, and I think even for our top 7 teams, they really don't have to worry too much on their spots so far, as long as they are consistently balancing both the placement and the kill points here. But third match, of course, we did have 4 Crazy Rabbits coming in with, of course, naturally with tactics, and of course, due to the fantastic fundamentals to secure their win. 8 kills. Sure, it doesn't seem as much compared to if you're pairing it next to both Roy Esports and Battlegrounds United, or maybe Roy Esports and 4 Crazy Rabbits total kills pairing side by side with Battlegrounds United's total amount of kills. It may not reflect as how great the round really went for them itself. But other than that, getting placement, you pair with a couple of skills, you try to maintain that consistency and stability that you might just be able to secure your spot here for at least top 8 to go to the finals.
True enough, and overall, there's still plenty of options for these teams out there. I mean,
oh yeah,
they can go full berserk, and if things don't work out, there's still one more day to go, right? I mean, there's absolutely different iterations of how they really want to, of course, coordinate moving into these maps. But when we talk about going berserk, this is the best map to do so. Taego, I think we've seen how explosive it can get. We've seen a little glimpse of water action in that past round of Rondo. I mean, this is even more rowdy when they end up in, you know, certain areas with a lot of flat terrains. Then you expect these mortars to be flying right across the map. So I guess with all of these teams now getting a little bit more of the hang of the pace and tempo of everyone in the lobby right at this moment, it is still going to be a tough ordeal, because when you take a look into, you know, this map in particular, but when it comes down to Taego, there are so many considerations to be made, whether if you're starting things off over on the north end of the island to even traverse into the mainland territories. There's definitely a lot of all these notions where a lot of the teams who have played, whether in the APAC rounds for the PGS series or even across the Masters regions, they tend to have this technique where you're looking for certain chokeholds to kick things off with, to really deny that space. When teams look to rotate, that's where they go in for the punish, as we're looking through the runway where we kick off our 4th matchup in day 1 of this APAC qualifiers. It is the road to EWC, and millions of dollars await these teams. Life-changing money, and of course, a placement for them to also get themselves known worldwide. So I know I'm fumbling my introductions already, but, you know, let's just get this underway.
I mean, I'm just excited as you are. I'm surprised I wasn't fumbling from the very beginning here at this point here. So no worries about it. But of course, with that being said, we're finally coming down to our final 3 match of the night here, for at least for some of this team, at least for Group A and Group B. This is their first, could be their, tomorrow will potentially be like their final day, or at least for Group A will be their final day as well to rack up points there. So hopefully, I believe for Group A and Group B, they intend to end this night on a very strong note to try to rack as much points as possible, because I believe once we get into Group C, they intend to at least overthrow some of the current top 8 placement that we currently have in our leaderboard here. But other than that, flight path, we get ready nice centralized once again, although it is slowly shifting towards the southern side of the map here. So if any teams want to go towards the north side, they can go for long parachuting or, drop relatively early and just try to secure vehicles, which is what pretty much we can see like what Teen Soldiers are doing. As I believe two of the members was able to secure a vehicle, one particularly quite near to a TMP here. So not really happy about that. So I think one of them just had to be sufficed with the other vehicle that they found.
True enough, and on top of that, take a look at the initial circle. It's going to be moving deeper into the islands of Godok, and that's going to be a good head start for NRG as well as Happy Squad. Having the leverage to also gatekeep certain teams, I mean, there's also options for emergency pickup if teams really want to traverse right into the islands very early on, or run the risk of getting choked by that corridor bridge, which is definitely a tough ordeal. Roy Esports. Well, you take a look at their journey so far. I mean, these guys, they've been playing with each other for the longest time right now, where you have the From the Future iteration. Teddy has always been that guy to always been sticking around, and you've also seen them as, at one point, I believe, RQ or so. I could be wrong. You can fact check me on that, but this team has been one of the longest running roster for Indonesia to be the finest squad to ever qualify every step of the way. And of course, now with another addition into their roster, I definitely see a little bit more amp up into their firepower. I definitely want to see how far can Roy take it in the finals if they could just maintain themselves for these 2 days of the play-ins. So, of course, the journey is long and arduous. Same goes for the rest of Savage Men. Good head start with those 8 points, but unfortunately, there's not much of a big conversion after we move into those bigger terrains of Rondo. So X-Men kind of have their fair share of struggle, and we've definitely seen the better runs for Savage Men. And at the very least, they played lots of games here inside of Tago to know exactly what they've signed up for. And we're already looking at those early movements.
Oh no, Stinks.
Ah, man, he's got to work on his wheels, dude.
Ah, man.
I guess he's Sink. Yeah, he's Sin.
Living up to the name, okay. But I love what you're trying to go for, but yeah, also at the same time, I love the explanation for some of the teams as well. The amount of history for a lot of these guys that come to the esports scenes. It's like also what we were discussing about it, like during the pre-show, right? Where like there's a lot of these teams, whether it's you using back like the existing names, like for example, like Buriram or Day Trade, for example, or is it the same roster but just they just undergo like rebranding, right? These guys has been here for at least like 6 to 8 years now. Whether is it the roster itself, the player itself, or the org or the organization itself, yeah. So understandably, over the years, we do see like certain orgs have undergone roster change, right? Teams at least players going forward with their own future endeavors, and of course, I still wish for great success for each and every one of these amazing players. But when we talk about like just new blood, right, new players coming to the mix as well, or at least all the players who's been pretty consistent in the scene, right? Something that what Xanax and I we were talking about it the other day, where you're saying like the Oceania side, there was not a lot of new blood really coming in, and it's so very surprised to see like how Thailand and Vietnam in particular was popping off, like the amount of players. Yeah, they're like the registration alone is insane. Do you know? Okay, fun fact, right? Do you know during the rest of APAC qualifiers, we had a total of 128 registration, right? But that's consisting of like Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and Oceania, right? But when I saw for this tournament for the Indonesia and Vietnam, I'm not sure whether the numbers was accumulation of both regions together. But I was told it was over 200 team registration for the qualifiers. It was insane to me. I was like, what? That is... Where are they getting all these players, man? Like, don't get me wrong. I always know Asia Pacific is pretty much a land of potential talents, right? It's just... it's a jewelry box. It's a treasure chest. It's just a matter of finding the right... putting the right pieces in the right puzzle for a lot of these guys. Yeah, just an opportunity, of course.
I certainly agree with you. I mean, this whole region is just... a pearl somewhere in the middle of the ocean, right? I mean, like, you gotta sometimes dig through 1,000 oysters to really find those those young blood. So it's kind of difficult at certain times because when you pick up a new player, you gotta really put them to the grind, go in for some scrims, really test whether if you suit the team dynamics overall. I mean, you could be top 10 in the leaderboards of those rank charts or whatsoever, but when you cannot play as a team, that is going to be a big problem. So definitely, it's really how well these teams kind of have this chemistry going on. So hence why sometimes it's great, whether you're sticking with old roster or even if you want to try something new, that it's always great to try out, of course, different avenues into what they could actually bring to the table. But like you said, it's been super impressive. We've seen so many of all these fresh new talents, fresh new names, and of course, even all these old guns still added again. I mean, I don't know what their age are, but I think like majority of their age is around, on an average, 22, 23. I mean, there's definitely a lot of younger players as well, and there are those. Some say, oh, in Esports World 25 or and above, you're kind of rusty already. No, not for these guys, man. Like, they're still looking super sharp. So, looking at what's in store for us right now. MEY, Mercenaries, charging up against PUBG, and this is not the best situation. And that's just so easy for Ida. It's like, okay, I mean, buddy, you got to consider when you want to take in the compound. So, MG Gaming gets delivered a freebie, and they're absolutely looking for more of these mercenaries who's not exactly delivering the attack as intended.
Oh no, that didn't really pan out exactly what he was hoping for as well. He thought, okay, just crash into side, jump out like a champ, and start gun blazing, gun ho, right? But didn't expect the vehicle to not only it didn't really flip it, more like it landed on his side and it never went back down.
I don't know if he was avoiding a hedgehog or something on the road, but like that feels rough. That's
man, the stunt
not the way you want to start.
The stunt double didn't do it justice here at all. No, what a way to go. But it's fine. It's unfortunate you lose one member early, but you can still play around with this. You can still work around with this. It's just your options somewhat gets limited, but it's still fine. It's Tego, right? It's a very large map, and it's still phase 1, right? And usually phase 1 is just usually intel gathering, scouting around. Well, I mean, we talked about this a few times, right? You get a knock, that's great, but if you don't, you're still gonna waste resources. And oh my god, I don't blame him. He came from a lower ground, so he couldn't see the vehicle. Okay, he went up.
Yeah. I forgive him. At least he knows like, oh, I got this scratch on my vehicle. Like, you know what? Heck, I'm just gonna go for the exchange, and whoever wants those wheels, I mean, good luck. I mean, I'm already tumbling it over. So TMP, at least they're not worse for wear. There's not too much of all these straggling units on the outskirts, or else Porsche's could have actually been picked off. So, I mean, his name is close enough to a brand of vehicle that we all know and love. So, yeah, gotta drive a little bit more careful next time. Well, the rest of Mile Gaming looking pretty good. I mean, out of the many names that I could definitely have recollection of participating in many different circuits of tournaments is definitely Jankoff, but it's been a long time coming. I can't recall which team specifically was he actually playing in, but I believe he's been hopping around as well. So it's good to actually see that he's also leading the charge for this team to really make huge margins. Looking at Mile right now in the top 4 definitely is astounding, and getting a glimpse of what goes on in the island, it seems like it will be a big swerve further towards the southeastern corner location. So it is definitely going to open up a little bit more wiggle room for MG Gaming, who have not cut across just yet. So who knows if they're going to take their sweet time, or if they're just going to be looking for an alternative route with an emergency pickup to get right through.
Actually, I'm actually really happy they actually brought up the emergency pickup. I thought that was actually a viable option for them, for MG, or even the attack or attacker squad here. But it looks like it's also Unity Brothers also going to keep in mind about this as well. Although they're at the edge of the circle, but with how the circle shift as well, I believe they want to try to avoid at least the city areas here. I believe they're trying to land towards the north side of the circle, which is towards the mountain areas as well for themselves. hopefully, I did spot that on the map that there was at least like 2 teams. I mean, you know, it's a large mountain. Unless they land exactly where the other team is currently based in, then it's a little bit of an unfortunate situation. But other than that, still a mountainous area you can play on. But it looks like we have a little bit of a Mad Max situation here between Old Bloods and the squad. Unfortunately, someone has a little bit of a bad driving here. We'll crash into the tree line. Jeff is pretty much screaming out, why could you not spot the trees? But looks like Arjun Bots should be able to get out this to live for the fight for another round here. It'll be unfortunate if he loses himself here.
Well, at least that kind of drive-by kind of result in that player to be running further down, so he is safe for now. Not too much about what mercenaries have been dealt with. So they are just slowly getting withered down, and it hasn't been a good run for them, losing 2 members so early on. And we're not even halfway through. I mean, all the teams are still intact in this matchup. Tosakan has been holding over onto the top end of the hill so well that they also spot out some of all these players out of the emergency pickup. So everyone's going to be looking up in the air, hoping to just really shut them off before they actually dock over the corner. And at least for United Brothers, they've managed to land, but quickly into the crosshairs of Teddy. Troy Esports, they've been looking phenomenal on this third-party shots, and he's been finding angles all day. And rest of Unity squad, I mean, where exactly can they find cover? Finally, a little bit of rock for them to cover for the meantime.
No, the side cliffs was the goal here for them, because I think at the same time they wanted to drop instead of the mountain area, they dropped straight dead set in the center. But if you notice at the center of that circle, it's farmland. There's no compound, there's no cover there. The minute they land, they saw Savage Men started peppering them down. They realized, okay, we're pretty much sitting ducks. Let's try to play around at the edges here and trying to hope to find salvation. Sadly, that salvation was not there because Roy Esports, also within the vicinity on the other side of the bridge here, spotted them as well and started peppering them down here. So, I mean, the limelight out of the positive thing that you can see from this contract would be the fact that at least 2 members still stands here, but you lost 2 in the process here. And by the way, a fantastic spray coming from NG2K. What a spray on top of Mel.
Wow, that was just nasty. I mean, he's just so accurate over on the sprays and quickly brings up the midi for team to secure it at the very same time. Now, taking a look at the rest of the field, we're looking for another shift. This time it confirms it just over on the north of Palace. So plenty of space for Z to actually play out. Look at that 2-2 split. I think it would be overzealous for them to commit to these 2 different spots. They kind of want to congregate onto one specific location, but they got to make the call really quickly because more and more teams will be swarming right by. Speaking of which, MGG will be able to zone off Attacker Clan from moving right through. So this is going to be a tight space. And mind you, the rest of Attacker's Clan got to cut over onto the riverside. So I think a wide swing is more likely if you want to tank out a little bit of that blue zone right now. It's still doable. If you're going to wait for phase 4, it's going to hurt like a truck. So AC or ATK, they just really got to make the right call right now. And if they take any longer, I believe they might just be able to also catch a couple of teams moving by. And speaking of which, we're going to look at Mega versus Ia. Happy Squad. He's just running right around, and Mega heard all those footsteps. This is going to be a close call. Is he going to bring up that nade or not? AUG in hand. He's going to look close up the distance. He's right behind a rock, though. Oh, no. Come on, man. Just take a couple more steps forward. You'll be able to seek him out. Happy Squad now. Still preoccupied as he's calling in for a little bit of that flare to be sent out for, I believe, a Pekka inbound. So, Mega also getting sniffed out as Hams eventually have been able to convert something in return. Mile being brought down. And this is going to be that time scramble. They're already in the blue zone, so this is not going to be a great stance for Mile or even any of these teams coming from the far south. ATK took their sweet time, and right now it is just a full flurry. And Ina kind of bumping his teammate. Not the right time, my guy. You got to get out of there.
Oh no, that crash, I think it was a little bit unintentional as well. But Roy's from the other side, Jaxi, he's hearing all this happening as well. And with this kind of positioning, of course he's going to land a couple of the shots. No knocks. Got pretty close with one of the players here. But you know, they had their chance. Now it's TD's turn. He landed a couple of hits, a couple of attacks. That's gonna force them out of the vehicles. He's currently smoking black smokes as well. And TD, you know, this is the time, this is the moment. He's hearing the defensive smokes. He knows they're hurt. And he's now trying to somewhat prep up the offensive smoke trail as he makes his way in. Nades are being thrown, mollies as well. Blue zone grenades. They're pretty much chucked out of offsets. 2 men knocked down. Make that 3. 1 still stands here. Can he hold on the line? Roy Esports does not intend to show any forms of mercy here, as all 3 members of MGG will be removed from play. The last known member was able to survive it. How is Kurt? Oh no, sorry. I thought it was Cessna who actually got the shot, but actually it was Kurt instead. But the timing was impeccable. And if it was Cessna shot instead, that would have been an amazing shot.
Insane, right? Like, but of course, that further confirms it is coming from the rest of Mile. While MGG continues to be on the prowl up against the rest of ATK. So that itself just shows how efficiently Roy Esports zone out teams after teams, and it's just difficult to be on the short end of the stick at the very same time. When we saw that quick bump in, and it kind of takes away a little bit of that ramping speed from those vehicles, so hence why it wasn't exactly the cleanest ordeal, while Hams now all alone up against the entire Indonesian squad of Roy Esports isn't gonna be let off so lightly, as they're going for that full swing to get a little glimpse, I believe. Oh, they have no idea. This could be it.
Oh my lord. Got a good spray, quite the surprise as well, but Sally Hams will go down without securing that kill pick off here. So thank God for Setsuna, especially of his teammates as well, able to be very quick with the trigger here for the follow-up trade here to go for the revive. It's gonna force some mats, but you know it's totally fine. Mel Gaming taking a little dip in the water here. It's gonna be Kurt himself. Oh, the guy who actually got the knock from one of the attacking clan's members as well here. So slowly slithered his way into the circle here. But a beautiful nade coming from Minho. It's gonna be from 4 Crazy Rabbits. The last teams. The team from the last match, winner chicken dinner here. But constant spray down coming from NRG. Absolutely on point. And it's going to be removing Happy Squad away. And this is not looking good for our bottom 5 teams, because currently, Contra, this is our 4th match of the night here. So 6 matches left. 6 tomorrow here. And I don't think there's going to be a Cinderella story where you're going to rack up like 100 points. I mean, there was a team that did it, but that's a story for another day.
Yeah, I think that Happy Squad was slow on the rotations as well. They got the earlier dips on the reverse circle, but they did not really move too far off. And NRG, they crash out with the rival of Brum United at the very same time. So that very tight corner, FCR now find themselves in the pickle up against the rest of TMP. BRU wants to swing right by and just cause a little bit of chaos against these 2 parties. Mercenary still finding a little bit more. Tosakan's own Hatsawa has been brought down. Latte in the mix as the rest of OBS crash the gates and looking to secure that tight little compound. Those nades will be able to hold for a bit more, but wow, that nade out of nowhere. Tosaka having Sad Mass to still be able to seal the deal clean for now, or at least buy a little bit more time for them to go in for a reset and look to claim it once more. TMP now converging up against the rest of BRU. They know that this is going to be a dire situation. The nades are falling very closely to Dynasty. He will be able to live on for a little bit longer while that circle shifts further and further away from either side of the party. BRU looking to trample them down and made it look like a walk in the park.
You know, it's still, despite the circle, how the circle shifted towards the center part of the circle. So, oh my god, the blue zone, unfortunately, that goes blessed as well. But the circle is still favoring for all the teams here, because everyone's still somewhat positioning. They were initially playing around the edges as well here, so they can still slowly make their way through. But now the land area is currently shortened by a very massive mile here. So a lot of teams going to be running into each other a lot more often as they will try to go head-to-head with each other. And as you can see, nades are coming in. You see awkward fights. That nade will connect on Minho, courtesy of Smell as well from the Mercenary squad here. And the rest of the team is just trying to find some way, some kind of angle for success here. It looks like Minho might just have to succumb to the nades away as the fight. They're not really in a good safety spot either way. It looks like MG will be eliminated from the north side here. We do see Savage Man doing a very quick drive-by, heading straight for the center part of the circle here, but they managed to find a ditch for themselves here. On the other hand, Mata holding on the line, the Shack himself. not in a good spot either, but he just had to make it work with what he got.
Very good timing for Savage Man to be able to breach past all these teams while they're in the mix of a duel. BRU over on the top end of the hillside, they're still looking for a little bit more of that angle, and Edie as well as Ruse have been able to catch Speedy. It isn't exactly Speedy Gonzalez in that notion to run away from those stray bullets, as BRU looking to further suppress the rest of 4 Crazy Rabbits, and Net1 is just sitting down right out in the open, and just like that, conversions after conversions, Minnow goes down, and that A was just sublime onto Jeff. Lun Lun secures it up against the rest of Old Bloods, and they will be exiting over on the 12th. Unfortunately, no placement points whatsoever, and here comes Khan. He's going to be joining alongside AD to really close it up. EPOT now holding it down, and ED has been stopped on his tracks, but quickly retaliated, and the rest of BRU gate crashes into this tiny little rock as they all bunch up, forming a little bit of a bunker of their own. Khan needs a little bit of a helping hand, but how long can they hold on? Because they've drawn enough attention. One good grenade from somewhere might just land them in hot waters.
Do want a save coming in. Edie was pretty much dangling at the short thread of life here. But of course, Nate coming courtesy of Kurt. Last member standing coming away from Mill Gaming here. It seems like it's not gonna end this round without a fight here. Stealing as many kills as much as possible here, but he's currently stuck between not just a hay bale, but multiple teams everywhere at this eastern side. Seems a little pretty grim for the side here, but looks like Dynasty can't go for the revive as he needs to try to clear out Mercenary here. As currently denying them for trying to go for the necessary revive here. Last name beautifully land in the sack.
Wow.
Blue Zone also going to be forcing it out. Well placement of utility. That's going to allow Bruno to secure even more kills on that belt. 8 kills. Unfortunately, they weren't able to secure or save 2 of the remaining members. They will have to prepare to go into the final circle with just 2 members, or at least just trying to stay alive to get into the top 4 at least.
BRU, an absolute bulldozer. They've been really racking up those big points from the outskirts, and Dimisi's nade was absolutely clutch in order for them to still last longer in this matchup. For the fact of the matter that he's been able to at least retrieve 1 member back, UB is the next one to falter to the ground. Kurt, we last saw him swimming in the waters, and now he's popping up with a grand slam of a nade. Absolutely massive stuff coming out of Mile, and now he gets to slowly squeeze past the corners, and who knows, he might be able to spot out Hanawa right around these corners, but there's even more water. Well, not exactly. I was concerned for a moment when I look at that body of land. It's just
you got to swim again. The reflection, right?
A little bit of PTSD for this guy. I mean, it hasn't been a great round for him, but he definitely has been able to pull through into the top 8. Respectable for a little bit more of that placement point finish. Well, TTS so far, they've kept themselves pretty much silent throughout the rest of the field, and now I believe it's about a prime time that they start their activation, especially up against the rest of Z right across the corner. Melody has already got some wear and tear on his vest, and he's only got 3 frag grenades, no smokes whatsoever. He tries to maybe find a little bit more of that spacing, wrapping over the back end tightly. He is calling for the convoy to breach right into this compound, and this is going to be a big call from TTS, as they will have Nalty, the first one to drop. Belion with a sublime attack as they prime through those grenades, forcing them to be pit up against the wall, and Zoo Team will be able to hold firm for now.
Yeah, Zoo Team, they've been in this compound for quite a long time as well, so they were pretty comfortable. They managed to find the right angles for them to cover for each side here. As you can see, it's somewhat of a 2-2 setup for coming from Zoo Team here. Unfortunately, Hong Nam, one of the players was currently trying to play on the off angles here, gets spotted out by Jexi Roy Eastwood from the other side, the north side of the circle here, and he will fall here and was trying to attempt the flush out TTS from the north side with a flank. That plan currently went out straight out the window as he gets knocked down here. TTS on the other hand, they did lose Neil initially, but there's still 3 members strong. They are still stuck behind the wall though. So and the worst part about it, because of Roy Esports intervention here, now they know for the fact that they can't really go for the left side. They're out in the open here, and to make to matter worse, the reason why you see TTS crashing into the compound Contra is mainly because of the fact that they're pretty much limited smoke grenades left for themselves. So they can't really play out on the open fields here. Pretty much why they crashed into the compound side. I know Townbin only had 1 Then Neil had 0. Then the rest of the two, I'm not sure what's the current state of their smoke resources.
Yeah, I think right now a lot of teams are definitely running low. Same goes to Buram United. They are currently pinched in between TMP as well as Savage Men at the very same time. But of course, the pressure came in when TMP sent a nade that clipped them very, very low on health. So right now, Teddy and the rest of Roy Esports, they also barge in. This is going to be a three-way party. Z currently stuck in the middle of the compound at the very same time, so they could not afford to go in for that full trade. Whereas Roy Esports, they're happy to take whatever that's given. Right now, they are definitely choking off certain angles because right at the very corner where TTS been hugging over the course of the wall, they need to find a way to breach right through. And I don't think there's going to be any form of clean angles. Speaking of clean angles, Mega has got it! And just like that, BRU has been shut down.
Oh, but I can't blame Buriram for that. That Mega has been so silent for the entire round as well. Yeah, they probably did due diligence, but was not too thorough about it as well. They could not even expect a person still be standing around that bush for too long. Playing pretty much the same role as what Kurt has been doing on the eastern side. That goes for Buriram. That's an unfortunate way to go as well. But other than that, for the other side, for the rest of the team here, Roy Esports in particular, they're smiling from left to right here. They're grinning absolutely happily as well because they now see an opportunity to currently catch us with more points. The same goes for Mel, but I think that's going to be a little bit difficult for them as finally Kurt has been removed from the play here. And now Roy Esports, one of the top 3 contenders for the top spot, now finds an opportunity to close in the gaps.
Yeah, speaking of a gap right there, it doesn't seem like there is much of a gap left for the final member of TSK. Hunting right by the corner, and Tanawa somehow still alive. He's not being burned out, but he's barely got any angles. He's looking for a trade. Nothing to be found right now. Meanwhile, the exchange finally erupted between the Tin Soldiers as well as TMP. Over on the outskirts, it's going to be Adaptive finding and securing knock over onto Setsuna and quickly converts it in return. He has now 5 points and now looking for the exchange. Both sides over onto the rooftops as they are now slowly burning down that blue as he's also succumbing to the blue zone at the very same time. Roy Esports slowly looking worse for wear. They were the ones with the edge with the numbers, and now the numbers are dwindling down. And now it's only down to FVK as well as Jexy. Roy Esports still does the trick down with a big flashbang, and he will convert it once again. Toppin is insane, but he will be stopped on his track with the presence of FVK.
Oh, savage, man. The blood's in the water. Sharks coming in. And with the remaining members still left in the game, Savage and Esports, they have the man advantage here. They may not have the initial angle in the first place here, but EWK, he intends to go this with a bang here. Preps the Panzerfaust if anyone dares to approach him within the vicinity as well. But they do have the man advantage as they currently siege the compound. They make their way through, just finding the right timing, find the right angles. EWK, lens of people want to get the knock on Savior as they now crashes into the room. Sadly, with all attempts to survive the whole other fort, Savage Man completely overwhelmed them with the numbers here. The last man standing is Mega, the sole reason for Buriram's downfall from the last round. Can this man attempt to go for the 1v4? Sadly, I don't think so here. It is a Cinderella story, a little bit too great here. But in a 1v3, they did get a beautiful knock. They just need to find their heads. And that'll probably be the end of the story here.
It's going to be a rough one. I mean, we've seen miracles happen before. Mega, he has definitely got a whole lot of experience under his belt. He barely have enough meds to keep himself floating. One tack, he's going to be down and out. And that golden opportunity for Roy Esports, that Panzer play had a little bit of a recall. We could not have that split second in order to shut down the other 2 members flushing upon him. It could have actually been a very big play for the side of Roy Esports, and now, down to the wire, one tag is all it takes. Savage Men are back into the game with a chicken dinner of their own.
Really well done coming in from Savage Man Esports as well. Really bide their time here. Weren't as active compared to the first few matches as well, but finally they found an opening. But of course, with that being said, let's quickly check out the highlights. What a round. Unexpected scenarios, uncertainty as well coming from a lot of these teams that unveiled quite a surprise for some of the teams who's doing a lot of due diligence, especially checking those angles. And let's be honest, it's not that they weren't checking about it. They just somewhat verified that it was safe enough until a mega arrives here. But of course, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for match number 4. We're going to be taking a quick short one, but don't go away for too long. More PUBG action coming to you guys right after this.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500, and ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, red zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time.
Welcome back, survivors. We're still on the verge of finding ourselves the top teams to merge into the finals as we're currently playing in the APAC Online Qualifiers Play-In round. This is the road to EWC. You're joining with me here, Contra, as well as my dear old friend, Yolo Lee. And wow, today we've seen so many victors from all across the region taking a chicken dinner of their own, and finally, Savage Men have found a perfect passage to be able to seal the deal inside of Takeo as they make a bounce back performance to surge up into the top 5.
It was really well done as well, right? Because they weren't really, yeah, sure, they were far behind, but they had a total points around like 10 or 12. So one good game like that enabled them to really bounce back into the top 8 here. And of course, all our amazing viewers, if you're wondering why our leaderboard, like half of that leaderboard is currently branded in gold, well, that's exactly what I'm going to tell you, just to remind you guys if anyone just joined in as well. So we're currently we have a total of 32 teams. 24 teams going head-to-head with each other here, and only the top 8 teams with the most accumulated points will move forward to the finals as they go up against the top teams from the respective qualifiers from Thailand, Vietnam, and the rest of APAC here. So currently, as you witness this now, a quick preview from our match leaderboard, that was our current top 8. It's fluctuating. It's still pretty close to some of the teams, at least for our bottom 4, at least from our 6 to 8 placing here. There's still a chance for some of the teams on from our second half of the 16 teams to claw their way back up. However, for the bottom 5, this is the last 2 matches of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Here, the last 2 matches where we're going to be ending it on the dusty dunes of Marama here. The fly path looks great, and looks like everyone's should be able to go where they want to go.
That's right, and of course, this has been my favorite map to witness. All
I don't
the
like
teams.
sand.
You don't like sand, but I love the sand, especially if I'm on the beach. But look at this terrain. There's barely any areas that these guys can actually spend too much time by the waters. I mean, there's barely any water to begin with. Now, Of course, all that aside, you did touch on all these teams currently on the leaderboards. With that win from Savage Men, now we're looking at a three-way tie between Savage Men, Unity Brothers, as well as Tosakan team at number 5, respectively. I believe, of course, based on all these eliminations as well as placement points, they are currently being pitted into those positions. So definitely, this is going to be a very big round for them to kind of surge up ahead before getting chased by the rest of the field. Because right now, mid-pack teams, what I tend to call it at the moment, is looking ultra competitive. Surely you're going to see that it's been a consistent performance coming from BRU. Even when they don't have those great positioning, BRU have always been able to kind of convert all these small little exchanges into something huge. On an average, we're looking at BRU to secure at least 8 total eliminations per round, and that has been those outstanding records that really set them up ahead above the rest.
I totally agree, especially with their last few matches performance, or at least the last 3 matches of their performance as well. First, getting the chicken dinner, getting top 4s, and the last match they couldn't really get to that top. The last match they couldn't really get to that top 4, but getting to that top 6 with the amount of kill, top 7, I could be wrong. But with the amount of kills that they had, still it enables them to at least maintain their top 1 spot. But this is also somewhat enables Roy Esports to slowly climb up the ladder. Unfortunately, Savage Man Esports would have been the one to end their kill streaks for the last match here and literally denied them the additional points to break the barrier to take top 1. But other than that, the rest of the squad here, we're back in Marama, right? Where it's going to be a little bit more longer. I don't think we're going to be seeing like that's any potential roam like drive-by sprays, right? Unless you're rotating midway, you find an opportunity, then you crash to it. Sure, by all means, you can go if you feel confident about it, aggressive about it, go for it as well. But I don't think we're going to be seeing that kind of gameplay like how we usually see in a wrangle. Marama is usually you want to get to that center part of the map, right? You want to find a good ditch, good vantage point, good decent amount of cover. So then it's pretty much a really long. It feels a lot more longer. This is more like a sniper fest central.
Yeah, I always compare Miramar to be like a slow building orchestra, right? Like you see a lot of all these small tussle from these rotations coming from phase 2 into phase 3, and then you just see everybody lock in for those big duels. Hoyan's driving into the Sandstorm, and this has been a little bit of a tough sight for him to even know where exactly he's going, but at the very least, they're not bumping into anyone just yet. But Pangskir's driving by. I don't think that Blue has any clear idea, and even if it does, I don't think there's much of an avenue where they're ready for a pickoff just yet. But Pangskir's actually rocking up to the same compound, so this is going to be a 1v1 exchange between the two of them. NRG has got no clue whatsoever. I mean, he hasn't really checked around, so this might just be a tough predicament for him. But I believe he might be able to hear some footsteps if TTS is going to be stormed up against him. And NRG, they're already crashing right through. I think it's due to the fact that they might have actually spotted a little bit of movement coming from that Blue. So that being said, Pangsker now returns the exchange up against TTS. Now, little do they know that there is a lurker that they do not know of.
Yeah. I mean, I think they were pretty much suspicious about it, right? Because they found another car in the garage, and it doesn't look like a natural spawn one that's in the garage. So I think they had a rough idea. There's a little bit of a straggler nearby. Just haven't really got any vision about it, and it's pretty risky for them to go out because this part of the compound feels a lot like a maze. There's a lot of close angles, but they can't really like visually track out unless they smoke them out with utilities. But it's still pretty early as well, so not really being over aggressive about this until they get the knock. I believe the first knock that happens, that's when everything goes into mayhem here, because everyone knows it's the time to get the pick up. But what a predictability of the utility as well. Almost potentially could have gotten the knock on Turtle if he was there like a second earlier.
Yeah, a great response time as well, right? He just fall back just in the nick of time not to soak the full brunt of the damage. Damage still being done, though. I mean, the rest of the 10 soldiers are slowly holding them through those choke points, and just like that, finding the angles, but the recoil of the barrel a little bit too high for him to maneuver around. Now he brings in the Mark 12. Some tax over onto Turtle Key as they are also finding a couple of response with the nade kind of bouncing off the walls. This is just a gridlock overall for these two teams as they are on the stand-up but not really finding any form of a hit so far.
The worst part about it as well, Contra, is that they only did very simple looting before coming to this part here as well. So practically all the utility that you see right now, that's pretty much that's all they have, right? They have very bare minimum on the other hand to try to go head to head here. But other than that, I don't think we'll see anything else from them here. But on the other side of the map, on the other hand, we're seeing a little bit of a different story here. Looks like Unity Brother, as he was trying to push forward to try to go for the final finish, as he noticed there was one knock happening in the mix. Good positioning coming from one of the other members coming from Tasakan Gaming on the other side. Was able to force him back with the marksman skill sets that he have, and that's actually currently keeping two of his teammates currently alive at the moment here. But you know what? Unity Brothers, they're fine going for the reset here because they're trying to go for the revive. But on the other hand, look like Tadao is going to go for a nice quick wraparound. He said, fine, if my teammate can't go for the close quarter finisher, I'll just go for the long wraparound and go for the long range shots. Well done there.
Yeah, Tauda really found that god angle by that pursuit. Well, we carry on now. Take a look at who's over on the hill. There's Mile over on the corner. These two teams box right in. Mile definitely looking to be the vultures between these skirmishes. But right now, he's got to sit for a little bit longer because the rest of TTS, they're not exactly going for a full push. And
there's the one.
Battle D finding that tight corner, and he will be traded back in return. Turtle Key so far literally has been the key to that stronghold because of the angles that he's had over onto that top end of the compound. That gives them a little bit more of certain coverage up against the rest of TTS, who's forced to hug by these corner walls. And now T takes note of that player over on the course of the hill. It is going to take a long, winding fight. What is going to be Happy Squad this time? Finding an open picking up against Washing. And Old Blood's currently locked inside the same warehouse. 10 trip, wastes no time, flushes out Bless at the very same time. And Speedy, so far, he's not marked just yet. So he could be able to still look for some of all these conversions up against the rest of Happy Squad. But 10 trips so far. Absolutely pop-up performance, and an 8 almost catches him off.
Yeah, the experience really came handy for him as well, and to make the situation more beneficial for him as well. Oblast didn't really, or Jeff in this case, didn't really have the lines of sights on him to actually pin him down as well. Since both of his teammates was currently knocked out at the back of the farmhouse here, so it's a little bit of an unfortunate scenario. But we do have a rough idea where the rest of the team is. And back to the situation between NRG and Tin Soldiers here. It seems they're trying to go back and forth, but what a way to flush him out from one corner here, preparing for the other side. They had the kill zone pretty much well set up for them. Trying to go for the hip fire spray, beautiful zoomed in, and NRG will be able to be the final winners for this side. But guess what? Blood's been spilled massively as well. It's drawing in the attention for another potential team. It's going to be Unity Brothers as they make their way in. The nade comes in, falls a little short here. But Hoai, he's not satisfied with this. He still want to push in for this. He knows this is the time. He saw a lot on the kill feed. He wanted to try to take advantage of the situation. Like you said before, Contra, the Vultures are here, and they're coming in.
And instead it's coming from Unity Brothers and Old Bloods. So far, bow out to the hands of Happy Squad. Now we continue on with this rally. It's been a long time that the rest of NRG has been caving into this position. And as he tries to recover, Hoi-An finds the perfect timing for the flush, gets the knock done. 2 members left for the side of NRG, and they are looking for a nasty trade, finding the angles, and now just relying on the covers of these vehicles, and that nade bounces back. Oh, that's not a good timing for him to flash himself, but it's Larry with 16 HP. He will not be able to last for too long. Hoi-An this time trying to recover his teammate, but he's also being tagged from right down under. NRG so far holding firm, 4 points already. They're looking to convert, and Miles so far has been taking a long time, and they're not looking to fully commit. They want to see whether if they could finish the job. Now, here comes another party. Everybody wants a piece of this land, and it seems like there's no clear victors right now. Team Z arrives to the scene. They're going to be a little further off. NRG closes it out. They won 2 battles at a go, and this time, can they reset in the nick of time? Because right now, they got to deal with the full wrath of Team Z.
I can't believe it. They 1v2 here. It feels like a gladiatorial fight here for Crazy Dog here. The last remaining members of NRG here. Nirvana Rebirth Gaming here. They survived 2 teams, but the wounds are deep. The damages, the injuries too much here. Couldn't withstand the 3rd squad coming in with the numbers that he had. So unfortunately here, looks like Zoo team here will be the one to put the good man to bed here, tuck them in nice and tight here for the good rest. But of course, a well done hole, an attack coming in from NRG. 8 points, by the way. 2 entirely squads wiped out here. 8 points, that seems pretty great. Happy to see NRG having this kind of performance here in the qualifiers itself.
Yeah, they take those any day, any given moment, right? Because you walk out with those 8 points, it guarantees you at least a big margin for you to stay afloat, despite the circumstances of how rough this Miramar run could actually be. But my, that fight, Crazy Dog was absolutely something else when we saw how they've been able to really hold firm into that position. And by then, we definitely do understand that they are running dry on resources and there's just mile over the top. It's kind of inevitable, so at least looking at a 8-point conversion, that's good enough as it is for this early span of phase. And the journey continues. It's only phase 2. I mean, it felt as if we were already in phase 6 or something because of all that duke out inside of that SAID compound in particular. BRU now just sending a little signal warning. It seems like the rest of TMP is just going to be able to hold over onto some decent grounds for their own. So back to the stands right now for a majority of these teams, and looking at this situation, BRU, they are having a 2-2 split as I'm taking a close look in the minimap. TMP just right across the outskirts of Picado. They definitely have a lot more wiggle room. But eventually, X-Men has got to breach in, so they might even run into some of these members of TMP. Before they run into them, they run over on defenses. I mean, no big deal. No big deal at all. Now, where exactly does this end up? Oh, onto the hillside. So this somehow benefited my overall. So great work on them. They didn't really commit to whatever those shenanigans were over onto the northwestern quarter of the map. So they can actually have a strong footing and dictate whoever gets close by. So it's down to a 4-army parade. Well, look at mercenaries. I mean, today we see teams having a rough time driving past these terrains.
I mean, a little bumper, a little bit, a little bumper car action.
A little?
Coming from these guys,
A whole lot, I would say.
Oh no, Tasagan, they gotta really keep their heads down nice and slow. But looks like spotted out Latte is gonna be able to get the nice spray in. Did he actually get the knock? No, he couldn't get the knockdown, but he did the damage in. That's gonna enable Male Gaming DT here to get to get 2 knocks instead in his favor here. No securing on the kills here, as Latte will need to be prioritized to go for the revives here. It seems like will be allowed to go for the revive as well, since he's nowhere near. He's within the building itself, behind the walls. A decent amount of cover for to go for the revives here. But then again, at the same time, Tassadin needs to really take it into account as well. There's no other members left on the playing field. Those are the last 2 as well. You could try to go for placements here. Your spot, their position in the middle of the ranking isn't really secure. Do remember that as well. So far, the only teams I can say who's pretty comfortable with their current positioning will be our current top 4, top 5, right? Because they're a decent amount of points. They still have another day of points to grind as well. And this day hasn't really ended yet. I mean, two more matches to go, but they're really in a good spot itself here. However, for Tasaga and Axeman, they're close. I mean, it's like the points difference is 4 to 5 points from the top 5 spots itself here. But Savage Men Esports just need probably another good game. They probably can really catch up to it. But Tasagan, on the other hand, our 7th place here, 2 members remain. It's a tough climb. It's a really tough climb.
It hasn't been all too much of a big round when it comes down to what they've been able to manage inside of Tego as well as Rondo. And right now, it's all about them trying to play a survival mode in order to outlast the rest of the pack. Now, of course, I had to fact check myself early on some of the members of Tosaka. And of course, having one of their members to have a wealth of experience back in their successful run in Valentine Esports, he's been really making some really good calls for a team. But right now, pinch with only 2 members left, it's definitely going to be a rough spot for them. And speaking of a rough spot, Roy Esports sticking out in the open. Jexy was lucky enough to be able to still run on both of his feet while he slowly recovers. Well, this is definitely going to be a tough one to figure out, but now that the zone has popped once again, TSK find themselves directly in the center of it all. At least they will be able to hold firm for now, but EPOD continues to bring the pain towards those members of Roy Esports as they're not exactly in the clear, sitting dry out in the open. Milo so far have got those angles to work with for the longest of time, but the zone is not in the favor of Miles, which is why you kind of want to pave your way up against Roy Esports before journeying forward. And it's not only these 2 members. I mean, as much as it's a 2-2 split for the side of Roy Esports, 4 Crazy Rabbits coming in between, and this might just be a really good chance for Lambao. Lambao, where is he going to actually pinned out? It's going to be Minho opening up this fight and got them pretty much locked up over onto that tiny little space. He's walking to a trap being set, and that frag grenade was sublime from Minvo.
Oh, that spot, I was so concerned about it as well. It's not a very good territory to be in. And to make matters worse, you already had, I mean, Jexy was already initially low thanks to courtesy of Lambao, right? But the knock came in from Male Gaming, and that instantly started sounding alarms in the heads of Roy Esports as well. They already knew the spot they were in wasn't that great, but by the way, there goes the wheels, there goes the car, it's smoking. That's going to be forcing one of Zoo team, one of the members to actually disengage here and literally be left behind here. Compared to the rest of the team, vehicles are still smoking. The vehicle did explode, but Eddie, courtesy of Eddie, will be able to find his marks on low G here. So that's one player knocked, another player currently out of position, whereas another player, I believe, is also currently too far for the rest of the squad to try to go for the saves here. So Dynasty is going to take the courtesy and try to punish Zoo team, who's currently out in the open here, with feeling very vulnerable. As to make matters worse on the mental game here, Mortis is also starting to rain upon them here. Not really landing, but it's sending a very clear mental message where, hey, you're not safe, you're not in the clear, you're currently out in the open. And looks like he's currently being drawn out to try to find sanctuary. and gets knocked down. Oh no.
No sanctuary whatsoever. I mean, they're just absolutely raining on the parades of these members of Zoo Team. Hongnam goes down, and that's to the hands of MG Gaming. There's just this two long-range angles for BRU as well as MG, and now at least BRU knows that MG is not too far off over onto the other side of the hill, so they will be wary for a little bit more on who actually steals that point away in essence, while the rest of the four rabbits are just running right across, spotting out the members of Roy. Big tax over onto Teddy, while Heavy Kane tries to form a little bit more of that response. Nobody's safe from harm's way. As we take a look at Mile Gaming, they still have the upper hand through the hills. They have not really left too far off from the beaten path, and right now, having some vantage point to work with right now is going to be big, but I tell you what, they got to climb down those hills because that zone goes further and further down south. Good news for Savage Men. The guys who just won the previous chicken dinner can actually sort of pass into a very interesting terrain for them to get themselves a defensive dip, while for Crazy Rabbits, they got to bustle their way through up against those two members of Tosakan, who's been holding firm inside of that tiny little shack. But where exactly are they going to run right into? The rest of these Roy members are also trying to full send it over onto the slopes. And how far can they go? They hear the engines roaring. They couldn't really find the angles right for Crazy Rabbits right now, getting tackled at the same time. And the rest of FCR on the approach. Roy Esports recommit. They try to go for a drive-by. They find Latte. Latte down. Sam Mouse is still holding it firmly. And he tries to draw a line. He got stuck by the doorways. I've not seen that for a long while, but that was absolutely crazy. Out of Roy Esports to full send it.
I can't believe he got clutched at the door too as well. That's so unfortunate. But I just want to talk a little bit about the circle, right? Such a heavy shift down towards the southern side from his initial position, right? I believe at least 60% of the team that's currently positioned in the mountainous area are now forced to relocate. That's pretty much why you see a lot of teams currently fighting head on with each other. Some taking their time before they move into the circle because they know for a fact there's too many teams playing around the edges currently at the moment. If they make their move, they're going to be knocked down, be punished pretty heavily for it here. So they are taking some. We do see some teams taking baby steps forward here, slowly scaling it down the cliffs, finding better angles, finding better covers here. Male Gaming, on the hand, intends to play the team to be the last into the circle here. Sure, they will have the opportunity to slowly put a couple of bullets in some of the team that's currently trying to rotate into the circle by firing at the back of their heads here. But that also means they're back against the wall with the blue zone as well, and it starts hurting. It's phase 5. It hurts a lot. It looks like Male Gaming needs to come in, and the team that's currently well positioned into the circle here will have the luxury of punishing them for the first place initially as well. We do see the initial smoke trail has been set up. Buriram will be making their way in. MGG pretty satisfied with the spot they're in as well, alongside with Savage Man here. But looks like the Nox comes in, and Male Gaming, they don't mind tanking out the zone here, but they will try to get the Nox. They want to try to get the kills. They get one, but it's stolen away by the Attacker clan.
Yeah, Miles also in the mix as well. They're trying to close up the distance up against BRU for Crazy Rabbit so far. Being vultures in the skirmish, they don't mind tagging along. While one member will succumb to the blue zone, it's going to be sadly finding the catch with Moss. Tosaka could not outlast the wrath of all these teams swarming right through the north. And Kurt, he finally finds the angle. Rue still holds firm, and somehow through the smoke, he gets him in return. Absolutely crazy stuff that we're looking at as this three-way warfare slowly comes down to the hull. Rue still somehow holding firm, and they connects. Lao, the man, the myth, the legend, to bring it in for FCR once more.
The team that was currently just barely playing with the rank placement of 12 and 13. One chicken dinner, they flew all the way back to the top 5. And now with the kills that they're making across the map, it's on the map of Marama, now they're currently in top 3 and slowly making even more further ways. They do have 2 members knocked down. That's unfortunate as well. We do see Savage Man. It's going to be Lun Lun alongside with Up Chen as well. Slowly make their way towards near Attacker Clan. As we finally do see the phase 6 circle, forcing particularly Attacker Clan out of their respective compound. I mean, it's to be expected as well. Attacker Clan circle or compounds at the edge of the circle as well. They've shifted down south. They'll be very happy with this, but that's not going to be the scenario for them. and now Luna and Upchen currently being the anchor head for the side of Savage and Esports, intend to punish their aggressors as they want to secure the south edge of the circle for themselves, so they get a little bit more confidence, comfortability before the siege toward the center part. A beautiful knock, a secure, and that's gonna be it for Rodman here.
Yeah, great angles up against the rest of the Attacker Clan, and it didn't seem like there was much response in order to take on Savage Men as well. As the Attacker Clan has different plans, they're crashing right through the different side of the barriers, finding themselves a different leverage when it comes down to the terrains, and now they're looking to slowly zone off some of the members of X-Men. On a 2-2 split at this moment, Savage Men has got a whole lot to play for. So far, they've been safe from harm's way as compared to those up in the north. As we speak about it, Dinosaurs tries to go in for an attack, and looking at the rest of FCR, full sending their way onto the rest of the field as they're badly finding any cover. Minvo, first one to be picked off. Lambao desperately looking for a dip or whatever trench that he can find himself in, and he's about to blow up. Any space that he could get, well, not much apparently. It's gonna be safer to be able to detonate that vehicle and secures one up against the crazy rabbits. And we continue on. The rest of MG in the pickle as well. And this is where it's just full of pandemonium across the field.
Oh, Mercenary and MGG just having the absolute time of their lives, throwing nades after nades. Not sure whether you saw the kill feed, but Smell landed a beautiful nade to get the 2K here, forcing the rest of the team out of the compound here. And they've been here in this really small house for themselves here, being uncontested and untouched until now here. It looks like Take Me Please or TMP here. This time is going to try to attempt to flush them out here. The blue zone grenade, he tried to go for the first aid, but that's not going to be quick enough. And finally, the menace has been removed, and we're coming out to our final top 4. But MGG is not really out in the clear just now. I just saw a couple of knocks and even a kill secure on TMP now. The circle finally centralized once again here. No one is currently within it. There's no compound. It's practically flat lands with a couple of hills, barely a ditch here. Pretty much any teams that pops their head out, most likely going to be shot out as well. And MGG is going to make the brazen approach as they crash into the compound.
Yeah, and this could be a really good round for the rest of Savage Men. I mean, they definitely have a little bit more of a vantage point from above those hillsides. Well, a great swerve coming in from 2K, finding another one in the back for MG Gaming. They hang on tightly over onto these spaces, but take a look who's around. Attacker Clan also looking to claim this spot for their own, looking for a challenge as they're closing in the distance, finding a rock for cover while they send in those grenades to slowly flush that position away. MG Gaming, so far, having a great tenacity, but the rest of TMP also looking to barge right in as well, and it will be a grand closure. And how much more can TMP tank out of this run as they're boxed in from 2 directions?
Yeah, Savage Man Esports as well. Although I'm a little bit concerned, they do have the man advantage, and on paper it seems like this could be the round that's gonna be fantastic for them. They get the knock, they got actually the knock on Mark 1. That would probably have sealed the deal, but it looks like they got rid of Dinosaurs instead. So now they have the man advantage. They have the positioning as well and the confidence. I'm a little bit concerned because currently Savage Man Esports currently a little bit too spread out here. I would have loved a little bit of a buddy system, a 2-man prong. One checks out the long angles, and the rest moves in together. At least that way, you're going to be able to cover each other as suited as much as possible. But you know that they're confident. They want to cover more grounds in the zone. It's totally understandable. Just got to make sure they're not going to spot out. And that's where Lun comes in with the long angle sprays here to make sure no one else spots the line, keeping an eye on Attacker Clan.
Yeah, great angles to work with. Savage Man has got nothing against them as they're going to be having work here to try to full send into the distance. They want to just finish off this fight. They know the rest of Savage Man is on the corner. Now he's only down to Hams, and he's got not much work with. He does get one knock, but in return, the exchanges are looking good. But Hams, he will not hold on for far too long. It's a back-to-back victory for Savage Man. 2 in a row.
Oh, really well done coming from Savage Man. This is exactly what they need to solidify themselves in the top 3. They're, like I said before, you're in the middle of the ranking, but that doesn't mean you're secured in any way. But with that being said, let's quickly check out the highlights.
Well, all these teams knew that it was crunch time overall, and you saw all the ferocity coming out of all the same squad. But Savage, man, they were calm, they were composed. They didn't sign up for all these nasty fights up the hillside over Nerf, and it paid off after all, where they managed to once again secure another chicken dinner. And man, they're definitely on the road.
Yeah, especially with that circle as well, when a lot of teams, so 60% of the teams in that lobby that was still alive was well positioned on the north side of the circle. When it shifted down south, heavily down south, it implicated a lot of them as well. That's why we were seeing slaughter after slaughter, teammates just pretty much just driving in. They know exactly what they were signing up for when they're going straight dead to the circle, but they did have a choice. So they resolved themselves, they went for it, and we saw so many loss of lives. But you know, it's the call that all these team leaders made, and I don't think there's a right or wrong. It's just one of those games where the circle wasn't really sadly in your favor. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a fantastic match 5. One more round to go. It's going to be the final man of Marama. It's going to be coming to you guys right after this.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Updates to ranked mode, some gunplay adjustments, the return of the black market, and a little boom boom while you zoom zoom. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.1 patch report. First up, ranked mode is getting some major changes for Season 36. Ranks now feature 2 new tiers, Crystal between Platinum and Diamond, and Survivor tier for those who can manage to push themselves beyond Master. Ranked Duo mode is being added, while tiers and RP have been unified across party types and perspectives. Because of this, everyone's RP will be reset this season back down to 1500. And ranked playpoint rewards have been improved. So drop in, rank up, and collect your new rewards. In addition, we're also unifying your Battlegrounds experience between ranked and normal matches. This means you'll see the recall system, Red Zone, BRDM, and items like the zipline gun and C4 in ranked. These are big changes to how ranked works, so be sure to let us know your feedback. Next up, we've got a couple of weapon adjustments coming your way. We've cut down the AUG's aim punch by roughly 50% and slightly reduced its damage, while the VSS and muzzle brake have been buffed. We'll be launching Gunplay Lab's DMR rebalance soon to test the reduced RPM and damage for DMRs. This DMR rebalance aims to strengthen the unique characteristic of DMRs and better differentiate them from SRs. So make sure you drop in and let us know your thoughts. PUBG's annual superstore, the Black Market, is making its return this update. Pick up a new Crafter Pass along with 4 classic progressive weapon skins and 6 chromas. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details on how to grab these fan-favorite skins. We've also rebalanced the red zone a bit and added vending machines and destructible pots to Vikendi. And speaking of destruction, players can now toss throwables while driving and use handguns from the driver's seat in Watercraft, just in case you needed to add a little more rage to your road. There's a lot to dive into, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 36.1 is here, so stop by the Black Market, brush up on your ranked skills, and toss more out your window than dirty looks. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about...
The wait has been long, and the journey that we had for day number 1 has been absolutely action-packed and explosive, showcasing our team's current resolve to becoming our top 8 to go to the finals itself here. I'm also known as Yololi. Joining me once again is going to be Contra to bring you guys all the great PUBG action our players has to offer here as they slowly make their way, as this is the road to Esports World Cup Finals.
That's right, millions of prize pool awaits them if they can land themselves in the grandest of stage. So we'll definitely take a close glimpse onto the entire field with the leaderboards. Buriram United so far have clinched the top 1 spot since map 2, and they've not released it to anybody else. But Savage Men, after 2 glorious chicken dinners back-to-back, now they are tying the knots with Roy Esports, both settling for 45 points. Of course, when it comes down to the placement points, they do get that priority. So Roy Esports kind of got to work a little harder than that in order to get themselves back over onto that 2nd position. So another good game for either one of these parties. We'll see them overtake Buriram United, as well as BRU kind of have a little bit of a tough ordeal to deal with inside Miramar. But look at the rest of the field, it's been rather competitive as well. So still plenty more opportunities here for the likes of Manny. But this is going to be a tough chance for those who are sitting in Group A, because tomorrow onwards, I believe it's going to be B versus C. So they will be taking a break. So they got to ensure that this map in Miramar counts to seal off the night.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the last match going to be counting for both Group A and Group B, right? Because like at the end of the day, it's only it's not really the top 8 in this particular matchup. It's a top 8 of the accumulation from all 3 groups here. So ideally, you would have liked to end your first day, especially for both the Group A and Group B, to end the day with at least as more than 50 points. So I think that's currently going to be the benchmark to what we've been seeing so far for the teams, right? 5 matches in, our top 5 is roughly around 36 to 50 points. So I think it's safe to say like the average save points to have, the safety net is somewhere around 50 points before you get into day number 2 here. So other than that, we do see 7, even from the leaderboard. I was just noticing like while analyzing, right? So interesting enough, Buriram was able to maintain their top spot, not placement alone, but majority amount of kills. 38 kill points throughout these 5 matches for themselves, and 17 placement. They got 1 chicken dinner. So in other words, that 10 points came from 1 round, and the rest of the 7 points came from their respective positioning, right? Whereas for Savage Man, who's currently at top 2 at the moment here, may not have as many kills, 22 kills, but they were able to balance it out with placement. 2 rounds of chicken dinner was able to enable them to get 24 points here. So 24 plus at 22 kills naturally allows them to be 44 points in total, allows them to just keep this nice spot for themselves in 2nd place here. So even for the other teams as well, for the other top 6 or top 10 currently, just 1 good game is enough for them to really enable themselves to go forward here. And that's for the top half of the team.
Yeah. And then we take a look at the rest of the pack as well. I think like over onto the middle of the table, we're looking at teams sitting around the high 20 margins as well as the ones over on 30. So realistically, if they can close out this match, it gives them a little bit more of that safety net. Because in one day's action, we're looking at a good average of, if you're looking at a safety net for a top 8 cut, you got to secure about 35 to 40 points per day. So look at a trajectory of maybe 75 points to be the cut-off ratio when we secure ourselves, the total top 8 with even Group C involved. It might be higher. You can definitely assume that Group C is also going to be rather explosive as well. So right now, I would say that a lot of these teams who are currently sitting around the middle of the table want to ensure that at least they walk away with above 35 points, so that when they do go on that rest day and when they come back, there's still a lot to play for. But of course, for some of these guys coming from Group B, back-to-back action, they're not going to be able to have, any form of wiggle room to also chance upon, how does Group C actually fare? And then you take a look at the list of names out there. The going gets even rougher because tomorrow onwards, Armory Gaming will be involved, and we know that these guys are absolute titans from Thailand.
Definitely for sure. And I really do not want to be that guy, but sadly, just like I really don't want to be that guy. But sadly, that's the reality of things, right? Because especially when we talk about the bottom half, right? Like especially for Old Blood, Happy Squad, Attack Clan. I mean, it's great, especially Attack Clan being one of the newer teams within that many their qualifiers as well. It's great. It's a great opportunity for them to be playing on such a high stake game on this kind of level, among all the titles that are existing titles that we have in the PUBG scene here, but. With those points that they currently have, with 8 to 18 points, or even maybe coming from Mercenary 19 points, it's to end. If you don't earn enough points to at least get to the 20s, then I don't think there's going to be a fighting chance for you when you get towards day number 2, right? Because don't get me wrong, I have seen teams like particularly for rest of APAC, if you recall, Contra or Monk particularly, day 1 they were underperforming and only had 18 points. 18 points in 4. The second day, at both placement and kill, and racked up a total of 80 points to get to top 3. Now,
it's outstanding.
I know it's outstanding, but that's what I'm saying, right? So I unfortunately, as much as I love the Hyper Happy Squad and the rest of the squad and the rest of the team at the bottom half here, but the reality is I don't think they can pull off a 90-pointer on day number 2 here. So try to get some points here, get to the 20s, so at least in day 2, you get one chicken dinner or 2. Then we might see them contesting for top 8 at least.
Yeah, I think it definitely is a brutal fact that you brought up at the very same time. I mean, surely they can go full-on explosive when they come back and understand what kind of pressure that they're being put under, and then perhaps they will just come in with the mentality that, you know what, let's give it a shot. Where you snooze, you still lose anyway, so might as well, be a little bit more aggressive, or perhaps play a little bit more tactically in the sense that you prioritize the zone and then look for those late game skirmishes instead. But understandably as well, I think traditionally when you're playing in Oceania, whether if you're in New Zealand or in Australia, there's another enemy that has been the bane for their performance in a sense, and it's no fault on their skill set, but sometimes the ping differences can actually hurt as well. You gotta consider. I mean, I talked to some of these guys. It's like they're working with sometimes above 100 ping on a good day, but on the normal day is above 200. But they've grown accustomed. They played in scrims in even NA, sometimes in Europe as well, and it's kind of insane. Imagine if they were all being pit on an offline stage, you will see big results yielded from Oceanic teams. And of course, speaking of big results, BRU once again delivering, this time catching on to UB. And that last round, UB did not manage to get all too much going for them. And because of the huge rally coming in from the side of the X-Men, they're slowly being sent over onto the 6th position. Now, losing one member so early is not a death sentence in Miramar, for sure, but it definitely dents a little bit of that firepower. Still not the best notion, but then again, when you have 3 teams, or even 2, in fact, currently pit against each other, so Saka trying to find a way to just squeeze past those players, but Setmas gets dropped out. Great shot coming from Mata from that lower ground hillside, as they absolutely have this immense choke point being set up to really deny any form of a cutoff coming in from TSK.
Yeah. I mean, also, we never really got to talking about it as well, but when I saw the map, which is, by the way, it's when you play Marama, if you don't get that kind of circle that's going towards the side of Impala, right, then you never really never truly played Marama enough, because it's such a tradition in the PUBG scene where the circle always shift towards the eastern side near Puerto Paraiso and Impala, right? And it's that kind of thing when you play Marama long enough, or you play this kind of circle long enough, where you just know, like, or everyone knows exactly what they need to do, right? Everyone knows where they want to go. Everyone knows how to form like certain like gatekeeping pathways as well, try to be the anchors, especially since you kind of tend to recognize like where's the rotation path, right? There's not a lot of areas for a lot of these teams to play, and let's be honest, with the as I discussed when we were playing on the map of Wrangle, when the circle went to military base, remember? Silent Impala is a massive water, is massive body of waters at this point. It's just like pretty much 50%. Like if you look at the circle once more, like it's 50% of the map gone for you, right? So there's not a lot of land areas for you to play. It feels like we are 2 or 3 phases ahead of the game currently, just because of the lack of area for the players to play with.
But then again, I mean, these players, they've played, thousands and thousands of games. Very low likelihood of the circle moving into the tiny 2 islands. I mean, I've backed for one. I've not seen it for years now. I would say that the chances here is that it will still move into either the factory grounds of Impala, sometime in between Puerto Paraiso. And if it's kind enough, it will still move somewhere towards Cantera, where there's a lot more ground to play with. So you can definitely see that the tempo is rising with a lot of all these exchanges. 1 HP for Moshing, and he still clutches it. Ridiculous work rate to really pin out Ia. On my, he's still looking for a whole lot more. What an exchange that was. And when we take a look at the rest of the field, I'm loving the fact, once you brought this up, all these teams really take that space very early on. We are looking at least 10 teams who are already within the zone. FCR arrived upon the rest of UB on top. So now Mullins quickly capitalized on that, and we'll be happy to add more stashes of loot just like that. So that being said, though, it's still unclear as to where exactly this ends up. As much as we talked a lot about Impala, majority of these teams, they're not really banking on hopes on Impala. From what I'm looking at, we're definitely seeing a lot more of these teams somewhere on the outskirts of Los Leones, getting a little bit more of that high ground, and I think that is a great call, because if it's going to shift anywhere at all, they could still afford to, pick up a vehicle, rotate. Not too sure about where Team Soldier lands. And when you're using emergency pickups, I think like the tougher part is not just about landing safely, is that once you land, you gotta ensure that you also do have certain vehicles to still move around the map. So you gotta ensure that if you're really gonna lock in into that location, it better be in the zone.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, the other part we can also talk about is like this, by the way, just trying to find out where's this next circle is gonna be, right? Because okay, thankfully it didn't go towards the islands. I mean, it's very rare scenario where we get to the islands and someone gives me a little bit of a flashbacks on the old days, right, where circles ends up being on the island itself. And I'm not talking about the mainland, I'm talking about like the island on the right side of Impala, right? And it gets super hectic as teams just trying to traverse the ocean itself without able to find a boat for themselves to contest with. But yeah, the other thing I wanted to talk about is like especially what you brought up regarding the side of Impala, right? Is like the terrain itself, right? Even we saw a team that was trying to do an emergency pickup, right? Trying to go for the drop. You can literally just find a nice high ground to really position yourself. Just take that advantage and just try to go for a couple of pot shots. And like we discussed, you get a knock, that's great. You can convert it to a kill like this, like what Hoa is doing, is even better. Of course, naturally. Wow. But we do see...
swing!
Oh no! They're actually trying to drop down, but unfortunately they will be dropping down in one of the places where Tosada was currently positioning. Not the full squad though, unfortunately here. So there's still a little bit of fighting chance. But it looks like Tosaka gets the tables turned and it gets removed from play as the first team to remove in our final match of the night. Tosakan, you had a great run. You ended the day with 32 points. That's pretty great for yourself. But day 2, you have a lot of grounds to cover for sure.
Yeah, the Tin Soldiers having a massive airstrike right now, claiming that space, and this area isn't exactly the easiest to hold out, as much as you can say, yeah, sure, I got those compounds, but they were over on the open ground, so it's just tough luck overall. Tosaka wasn't exactly ready for that fight in particular. You saw only a few members being inbound, and then the rest of them were on wheels, so it made things a lot easier for the rest of the Tin Soldiers to really capitalize on that assault. So great stuff coming from TTS. I mean, we talked about that bolt call. They've been able to at least land themselves safely and also getting those massive strands of points to be delivered. Now, here comes another one. Mile, where exactly are they going? So enough about Impala, because this zone does not fully cover towards those grounds. A lot of the high ground that we talked about is not going to be up for grabs. So Mile definitely have to make deep consideration. Are they going to look towards docking into the city of Puerto Parso? It seems to be the case, and is it going to be for the warehouse? Because there is one member right underneath, and Mercenary is going to be lying there in the way. They should be able to see this one coming through. Smell, he's going to take charge. He's already swinging at it. Sudden damage being done, and the res have arrived on scene. Mile will now flush the position away. Smell has got to get the heck out of there.
Oh man, we are talking about a guy who's been absolutely on point with those grenades lobbing. So he's been getting 2Ks. I believe I saw a potential third K, but of course not from a single nade, but all from grenades alone. He's been doing a phenomenal job. Trying to see if he can connect a couple to few. He lobs a couple in, but it's currently being bombarded himself here. It's too many nades here. It has to go for the first 8 kid to try to sustain. The rest of the team did manage to drop down within a more safer vicinity here. We'll try to relocate or reposition themselves to support Smell as much as possible, because they are intending to siege
DT?
this background here. But it gets flanked by DT for the sidelines. Yeah, Mel Gaming finds an opportunity to find 2 in the process here, and that's going to be punishing the mercenary squad quite heavily.
Yeah, they did not manage to sniff out his position. Great lurk coming in, and right now Mile really striking very, very well. And just like that, the rest of Mercenaries, they lose that position. I kind of wish they call in the cavalry a little quicker than that, because they definitely have reached that contact really quickly with Smell, just sending out that info. But I believe they were over onto the hillside, which is why it took a little while for them to traverse over onto that position. And because of that, TTS kind of claimed that space where Mercenaries were actually holding initially, and that is going to be a little bit a tough predicament. Even if Mercenaries want to fall back and say, hey, you know what, give that space to Mail, because we might not be able to breach right here. Now they find themselves sandwiched in between, so this is definitely a tough tussle. Mercenaries, they just really have to subscribe to this chaos. I mean, there's no way out. You just really have to fight for it.
Still biding their time, Janku. I mean, this is not too surprising, right? This is just one of the few things when it's phase 3. It's currently phase 3 now. It's only going midway. What a spray coming in from Kurt. This is by the way, this is the very same menace who's been farming kills on the map of Rondo and Tego, being the last man squad here. Pangs, on the other hand, the last remaining member of NRG, definitely had a more better vision in mind for closing out the final match of the night as well. But being the last man standing, didn't expect to see him currently being this desperate of having his back against the wall. It's in the 1v2. He goes for the drop down. Pretty sure they heard him dropping down as well. Trying to play with the small corners. Unfortunately, I was a little bit lucky on the timing of the curves. And we'll be able to find and remove an RG, putting them down the bed, tucked in nice and tight and comfortably. The Tosakala and RG should be able to have a good rest and prep for tomorrow or maybe day 3.
Yeah, great angles working out for the side of Hoi An, and this is another full send coming out. The rest of the 10 soldiers arrive on side to challenge the rest of BRU. I say the rest is only going to be Khan up here. Well, I believe he came in with the emergency pickup as well, which is how he lands up here. No realistic way for you to actually move over onto the rooftops other than that. So that kind of signals for a call for the rest of BRU with a full 360 setup, I would say, up against the rest of ATK. So I don't think that they actually suspect all too much, because Khan hasn't really made too much of a noise. So right now, the rest of BRU are just slowly looking for those big angles. Smoke to be pummeled into the fight as well, while we are looking at big tags coming from the hillside towards the rest of these members of Z. Taodao being knocked. Namus tries to draw an exchange, but how much can he actually do right now? No reprieve for Taodao whatsoever. Quickly being taken off the list. Well, look at this position from Elgin Bots. He's got those godly angles, but this is a very tough tag, even with the Mark 12 right now. They look like ants from right above that high ground.
Yeah, just showing absolutely no mercy at all. Just trying to go for the swing around, trying to flush him out. And then Moon finding the timing to do it as well. Perfect timing. If you couldn't ask for better timing as a man was trying to chuck a grenade in. But Zin's not going to allow him to, not allowing to play ring around the rosy outside the door here. Chooses to push right straight on, boldly approach the engage into the household where he got the advantage, where he does not allow the Jinrai to secure the final kill. So that's going to be 3 teams currently removed from the play here, and majority of the 3 teams that got eliminated away are team that's currently docking towards the middle of our leaderboard as well here. So not a lot much for them to achieve to farm any more points at the current moment as well. But Buriram, they're pretty much in a really nice spot for themselves. They're not really in the circuit itself here, but they got really nice angles covering each other, getting ready to assist their teammates in any form of advantage. They got great tags, no knocks, unfortunately. We do see a finisher on the other side here, so it's a classic 4v3, but you see the position for Buriram as well. With this kind of setup, the only disadvantage will be the fact that none of their members can afford to get knocked down here. If one gets knocked, that's it. No one is nearby to go for the rest here, which is pretty much why we start seeing Eddie starting to reposition themselves here, at least try to cut off their entries into the circle themselves here, and we'll regroup back with Dynasty for a 2-for-2 setup.
Take a look at the mini-map as well. Z is also barging right through.
Oh no,
so
Zoo team.
They could actually have a significant impact because they held out towards the high ground where Edie was at, and right now Dimosty soaking that damage as he is, and sitting down, and same goes to Edie. Not like this, Buriram. That isn't supposed to be the right thing to do, to be really focusing on to ATK right now, because they got a whole lot more up the hillside. Edie tries to recover whatever was being brought out, and they got to go for a big save at the very least, suppressing that attack. And Edie right now needing to take on 2 sides of the squad. Which one will he focus first and foremost? Kind of has taken too much of time outside of the blue zone, and right now perhaps that could be that kind of move that BRU needs to bring towards those who are inside the shack. And right now, uphill battle, tough one, and Logi finds attack onto Hams, and there's just no escaping the wrath of Zoo team from here on out. Attacker Clan, they are absolutely locked into a spot that they don't want to be in.
It's all because of the circle as well. The teams is playing very centralized at the circle. The circle did somewhat shift towards the western side, away from the ocean and the sand areas as well here. So that's pretty much why we are seeing a lot of team contesting towards that northern side of the circle as well. Very devastating, quite the mayhem that we're witnessing all across the map. The kill feed hasn't really ended for quite a while now. It's been a while since I saw a very empty top right corner of my screen at the current moment here. That's just how hectic it is. The teams are just keep constantly running into each other here, and there's not a lot of areas for the team to be playing around here. They're being pushed out right into the open fields. Not a lot of covers here. It's practically a giant bowl here. So the team that's currently at the center of that bowl is going to fall prey to a lot of teams' marksmanship as they rain down utilities and gunfire upon them here. But at the same time, they cannot play around the edges for too long either way, because when they wanted to send down, they will fall prey to the team that's currently being positioned or dug deep at the center of their respective compounds here. Which pretty much where we come to as Think Me Please, right? TMP pretty comfortable with their current compound for themselves here, but they really want to secure it. They're gonna siege Happy Squad.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Elgin's bot can actually convert in that position.
Ooh.
TMP just lobbing nades after nades, trying to seek them out, and this is just gonna be a couple of cotton clouds that they really have to look through in order to find any members of Happy Squad right at this moment. And this could actually pay for servant surprise engagements, but that's not too much of a surprising attempt coming in for that member of Happy Squad, quickly being negated with the presence of Mega to be able to suppress them. Still holding firm though, but it's barely enough cover. And take a look at the rest of OBS. They're arriving from the high end of the hills, and the rest of Happy Squad, they are losing a lot of that space to actually play it out. So they gotta make a choice here. And Jeff, he's got this perfect nade cooked up. Look behind you, and he doesn't even need it. Quickly gets the tag done.
Tags. Mega, of course, And the interesting about it as well, it's not the fight between Old Blood and Take Me Please. It's just a fight for who's going to secure that kill point for themselves for the knockdown member of Happy Squad. One member still stands here. Jeff has been, Old Blood's been having a really tough round for this one. Seriously, like even from the rest of APAC qualifiers, I think I had really high hopes as being like. By the way, for the first time in the rest of APAC, it was the first time for me to see 4 Oceania teams participating in a single qualifier. It's usually like 1 or 2, never 4. So I was very excited for some of the teams that was participating. Old Blast in particular definitely came within my eye view for itself, but this game, it just didn't feel like they were popping off as much as they hoped for as well. And to make the matters worse and it's not just for Old Blast, for all the teams as well. This is not it's not a 3-day event, it's only a 2 days as well here. So it feels a little bit more perilous for the teams that wasn't able to get like decent amount of points for themselves here, especially for our for at least our bottom 4 teams, or at least bottom 3 teams particularly as well, not in a really good spot.
But I would still say that this is a very decent chance for them to maybe convert this into a chicken dinner. They still have, decent squad strength. They actually have the leverage of the hillside, where you take a look at the far southeast that we've seen battles around these corners where Buram United was fallen victim to, some of all these guys over the high ground.
6 teams there, yeah.
Yeah, like there's just so many troubles for these guys as compared to where OBS is currently positioned. So I kind of like their odds overall, whereas TTS, the full Senate from the airstrikes and now needing to hustle up against the rest of Mao. It's going to be a tough tussle, but they're starting things strong with those grenades. Set perfectly. Metal D opens up a little bit more of the floodgates as it's going to be a catch over onto Moss. Can they revive in time? I am afraid there's not much time to be bought right now. They're all being clumped up all together, and that's just a perfect position for Dat Blue to capitalize on that. Over on the other side of the high ground, there's still a little bit more of that commotion. Savage Men arriving late from the back, and they are storming the gates. Now Team barely has enough bullets to work with. Savior goes in perfect on the exchange. Melody now looking for a little bit more recovery as he's way far off, and the only one member remaining. Leo has got no idea though, but I believe he's got a tinge. But that was a perfect headshot, connecting. Melody right now turns his back up against Mile once again, and X-Man goes in to help him out. So this is a brawl between these two. And Metal D, how much more time can he buy? Upchin needs to get those revives done. And while he's at it, Savior is looking for a flank. He's cutting in very closely. They're already in the zone. And this fight, far from over. Metal D might just be able to buy enough space, but that space is also slowly taken away by MG from the back of the minimap. So this is just a full-on fight, and the Tin Soldiers down and out, but it was a valiant effort displayed by the Vietnamese side.
Savage Man Esports really bide their time here. We haven't seen much activity except for a couple of small skirmishes so far. I think that they managed to find a little bit of a rhythm for them to really play around with so far, which is somewhat just playing around, just playing with the timing. Don't rush it into the mix as well. They'll find their moments, because it was not like they were having donuts in multiple rounds. No, there was yes, one round there was pretty much a donut. Then other than that, it was just pretty much 5 kills, 6 kills, 7 kills. Finally, they got a chicken dinner, 8 kills. Then a second chicken dinner wasn't 8 kills, but 4 kills. So basically, they were somewhat farming out the kills. That's why they got 22 kills. And the 2 chicken dinners and placement really enabled them further even more. So now this third match, if they can end this round with another 3rd chicken dinner, because we're finally down to our final 4 here. So sure, a man disadvantage. TMP looks pretty good right now. They're definitely intended to try to increase their odds a little bit more better. Same goes for MGG. He's not really in the top 8 so far, so it's not really out of the clear. But with this chicken dinner, this could enable him a little bit further. Old Blood, this also can somewhat give them a little bit of a fighting chance when we go towards that day number 2. Of course, it's not really like they're not really out of the woods just yet as well. They still need to secure this top 4. All of these 4 teams have a reason to win out this round here and secure all these kills for themselves here. But we do see when nice crate comes in, this will be quite good for a team who, at least one of the members who currently has a busted vest or a helmet. Particularly like Saber, his vest is almost good to go at this point.
Yeah. This top 4 high stakes.
Oh?
Nobody wants to make mistakes, and here comes a full set. Just like that, rampaging through. Jeff, you can't do that, man, like that. Oh, just like that, MG Gaming loses one. A very brutal truth that he just have to endure. And just like that, 2 members down from tunnel, and MG Gaming is slowly weathering down. Only Stan L left. He's hiding deep within the outskirts, and you just see this onslaught happening because OBS, they know that there's barely enough space for them to play over in the far west because it's just flat ground terrains, which is why they are just full sending it, joining the rest of the party over onto the far east. And now Mega, he catches the Quinto Ronda Lundlund, and this is going to be a tough call. Where exactly is he going to push? Upchen does actually find a grenade. It does suppress one member down from the side of TMP. No time to even go for a backup. Savior now in the mix, but he's bringing an SLR to close combat. It's not exactly the safest ordeal for him to actually draw and exchange. The rest of Savage Men right now popping a couple of nades. Will be having it lop a little bit too far wide, while the rest of Savage Men so far looking impeccable. Ever since they found their first chicken dinner, they are just going for one after another, and this is where Oblast, they take their chances while these couple of teams are drawn into against each other. They're just finding opportunities from the outskirts, and they're denying a lot of that space from being taken away. So take me, please. They can only afford to hold by their respective vehicles.
Honestly, at first I thought, like, especially since they missed an opportunity to get rid of Xavier, I felt like that was pretty detrimental for TMP, because that would have probably just set the pace for the side of a Savage Man Esports here. But with Xavier being able to survive from his wounds, now they know for the fact that, okay, TMP, where's roughly their positioning. That's why you see like Lun and Upchen getting ready for this buddy system to seize that high ground here, but they're not going to be pushing up just yet here. They want to see what's going to be the plan coming from Old Blood here. Apparently, they tried to go for the peak battle here. Haven't found much success against TMP. TMP still having the high ground here, a little bit of a more better vantage point, and then hopes. I guess TMP being this silent is probably in hopes of the fact that Old Blood actually might turn their attention to a Savage Man here. But I'm not sure whether they have the angles for it. Most likely Jeff and Momo Shing most likely have a higher chance in at least picking out Xavier, who's trying to go for the long angles picking here with the marksmanship here. But Xavier is currently prone down, slowly crawling his way forward here. Looks like he was able to loot out the crate too to get that level 3 vest.
A great restock for now. Coming in at the right time, but Upchen soaking too much of the brunt of the damage, down to 5 HP, and Saber goes in, exchanging, taking down Moshing. This could be a chance. Once again, triple chicken dinner could be the biggest possibility right now to close off the night, but Reebok gets snipped out. And it is TMP hoping to draw a certain exchange up against Savage Men. Now down to one member only, Lunlun. How much can he actually hold on to? Because Saber is a little too far off. He's not going to be safe whatsoever, so down to the chance of this grenade. Up too far wide. Mega finds him, and the streak will be broken. TMP, solid chance. 3 man against 2. Or is it going to be the old boys? Find it. Old Bloods now got them all punched out by that quarter of that compound, and there's not much that they can work with for cover. Only that broken vehicle. Jeff, he's got to make the call alongside with Speedy, then looking for a wide angle swing. Can they find it though? It's going to be a big question right now, being up against TMP, and now damage being done over the side of Skirk. Mega Repo tries to go in for a little bit more reset before they bring the Famas into play. 2 AUs just as well as the Famas. Great damage output from all angles, and right now they're feeling a little bit more confident to try to push up against these 2 members of OBS.
Oh man, this is absolutely insane coming between the 2 teams. And it seems like TMP still has the better positioning as well with the compound, the lone compound that they have for themselves here. It just matters to try to flush them out here. I love them to try to group that as much as possible, not trying to focus on covering more angles here, but rather trying to stick together as quickly as possible. They did set up an offensive smoke trail as they try to close in the gaps here. And Mega has been the bane for a lot of this team with a flanking maneuver as well. A beautiful spray comes in. They find the 2K, secure it, and it's gonna be the winner chicken dinner for TMP. They were pretty much juggling in the middle of the ranking of the leaderboard, but this at least will allow to enable them to get to that top 3. If my math is not wrong, really.
Beautiful finish coming in from TMP as we take a look through our final matchup of the day. A tremendous finish coming out of TMP. Take Me Please takes the chicken dinner home after a grueling ride. I mean, I'm already getting my tongue tied for that. We saw that hustle over on the far corner, and so many teams would punch up against each other, and there was immense pressure coming in from those members of Savage Men, right?
Yeah.
They were pretty much locked in, looking to take them down, and then of course OBS came in and actually put a little bit of a struggle up against some of these guys out there. But once TMP have secured their entire south side, they know that it's go time. They full send it, and very decisive in order to really claim this last win, giving them high hopes, perhaps, in order to make that top 8 finish for the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good round. They knew exactly what needed to go down. They just really played their cards right, especially the part where TMP started not being so aggressively pushing forward or doing any pot shots. Sure, they were doing a couple of peaks, but really keeping their intention pretty silent. That allowed Oblad to move forward, because the entire plan was just to give Oblad the idea where, okay, we should give us a chance to try to flank. They could have flanked from the north side. It's that flat hill, downhill, scaling down. There's nobody going to go there. They had to go to the right, which is pretty much where Savage Man Esports was currently positioned as well, in that ditch here. So naturally, Savage Man had no choice but to take the fight head on to Oblad, allowing TMP, the third party, and next you know that pretty much the rest is history. So that round was really well thought out. It really came down to hoping where a team allowed it to enable them the third party, but other than that, pretty well done from Take Me Please here. They were like what, in the top 8, but they weren't in the top 3. So maybe with these points they should be able to elevate themselves to top 3. I could be wrong because we really didn't do the final math, but it feels like they really got to that top 3. Not second place, but third place.
Yeah, and there's definitely plenty to talk about, right? Well, yeah. We definitely highlighted TMP's successful finish, but at the very same time, what on earth went on? Savage Men, overall, for the final 3 games, they just went absolutely mayhem onto everybody out there. And look at that. 29 placement points, 29 kills at the very same time. Sees them tying the knot with BRU at the top of the table with their ultra consistent run so far. So these two teams are definitely poised for that top 8 finish. At the moment, we'll have to see on their next run whether they can maintain this form of pace. Well, Take Me Please, with that chicken dinner, they're currently just touching that podium spot on number 3, 1 point above Roy Esports. Well, 41 points for both Mile as well as for Crazy Rabbits. The top 8 looking rather good, but we're also looking at Tosakan team slowly dipping in the form of performance. I felt like when it comes down to the bigger maps, they start to lose a little bit more of that jostle of control, where they love those close range team fights a little bit far too much. While those that are around the 20-point margin are looking rather good. Old Bloods now climbs a couple of positions, now above Happy Squad with 18 points. I do think that there is a chance that they could still fight really hard for those placements, but mathematically, it definitely is a little bit of a challenge. But hey, all hope is not lost just yet. So, of course, we might still see more names coming from the Oceania region, whether if they're from Australia or New Zealand. So, that being said, I mean, what a day, Yoli. I mean, tomorrow, we're also having the other big boys to come into the mix as well. So I can't wait to see what unfolds from here on.
It's a very strong ending for the side of Savage Man as well. I mean, the same applies for Buriram Esports, right? Both of them ending it with 58 points. Savage Man on the Esports, on the other hand, they were able to get a really nice balance of placement and kills. 29 on each side. That feels pretty great. Buriram on the other hand, they got a lot of kills, but I think if they're able to balance it out with their placement points, because sure, they got second place, but their placement points in total was 17 points, which is a far cry compared to their kill points, which is like 47. I'm like, whoa, that's like the highest kill in the entire lobby, man. So that's pretty insane, right? So, but for the other teams, we do see a little bit of hope coming from the wrong side, because like we said, safety nets around like 30 points to 30 points, 50 points onwards. I mean, Buriram and Savage Man Esports, let's be honest, they're in a really good spots, and I dare say they at least solidify themselves in top 8, unless, you know, day 2 goes absolutely wrong, or maybe another Monk special comes in where one team in particular earns 80 points in one day, you know, including both placement and kills. But you know, those kind of thing doesn't happen all the time. And at the same time, you know, we must also see the roster or the team that's currently trying to pull off that kind of miracle for themselves here. If they have the capability, by all means, do it, man. Prove me wrong. I dare you. I don't mind being proven wrong. But I mean, from what we've seen so far, track record wise as well, we haven't seen that kind of explosive run here. So definitely a little bit of an uphill climb for our bottom teams, like especially for Happy Squad. Blood, fantastic final round for themselves, really ended it on a good note. Happy Squad has a lot of things to work on, especially Happy Squad and I believe one other team as well. Was it Mercenaries or was it Mail Game? No, most likely Mercenaries as well. These two teams, so bottom 3 teams, has a lot of ground for them to cover, especially for that second day. But anyway, like you said, today is Group A and Group B. Tomorrow's going to be Group A and Group C. Group B is going to be on the bench, but Group C, they got a lot of intel from today.
That's right, and of course we do look forward to see what will they prepare for. Perhaps one of the final duel for Group A. Group C will be making their mark. So that's it. Same time, same place. Make sure you guys tune in, hit that sub button to follow us for even more of these updates across the web of PUBG Esports as the road to EWC continues tomorrow for the APAC region. So we bid you good night. Thank you so much for watching. So see you guys soon.